Good evening, everyone. I'm Councillor William Riley. I'll be the chair of the public meeting portion. When this meeting concludes, the floor will be handed back over to the mayor, who will commence the actual council meeting. So at this point, just to mention to members of the public, due to contain the efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the council chambers will not be open to the public to attend a standing committee and/or council meeting until further notice. So at this point, so we're going to go into the public meeting, which is an official plan amendment number 63, Smithfield Master Community Plan, Secondary Plan. And I'm going to just read that. This is a public meeting to consider an official plan amendment, being official plan amendment number 63 for the Township of West Lincoln as it relates to Smithfield Master Community Plan and Secondary Plan. The Planning Act requires in Section 1715 that before adopting an official plan amendment, council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of informing the public in respect of the amendment. The purpose of this meeting is to receive comments and answer questions from the public regarding the amendments to the Township of West Lincoln official plan. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the proposed amendment, and any comments received will be taken into account by council in their consideration. The Planning Act also requires under Section 54306 that council advise the public that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make a written submission to the Township of West Lincoln before the bylaw is passed, that person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council for the Township of West Lincoln to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk to please advise the method and dates by which notice of the public meeting was given.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proper notice was given by way of advertising in a newspaper with general circulations on May 26, 2022, as well as posting notice of the public meeting on the township's website and by mail to agency, which was done the week of May 17th.
Excellent, thank you. Will the Director of Planning and Building, Brian Treble, please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed official plan amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have with me tonight Steve Weaver and a number of people from our consulting team who have been working on this project for the township and have been very instrumental in putting together not only the mapping that we looked at on April 27th, but also the policy that we're considering tonight. So if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Weaver to make the presentation for the township at this point.
Absolutely. Mr. Weaver, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brian. Good evening, members of council and public attending, as well as staff. Pleased to be here this evening to present to you an overview of draft official plan amendment number 63. I do have a slideshow ready that I will share on the screen now. Give me one moment. Can you see that, Mr. Chair?
I can.
Excellent. So as outlined, the purpose of tonight's public meeting is to receive comments regarding draft official plan amendment number 63. We have received some comments that are included in your agenda package, as well as some more recent comments from some landowner representatives who've participated in this process. And so this is just important to recognize that tonight, this is a draft for consultation. There are no decisions recommended at this point. There will be some further changes and refinements. We are here to receive comments and consider what further changes we may need to make to the official plan amendment before it is finalized. The intent is to finalize the OPA as quickly as we can, though, and to bring it back to you for consideration of local adoption. And just for the awareness of everyone present, the official plan amendment is subject to approval by the Region of Niagara as the approval authority. So for our agenda tonight, I'll spend a couple minutes just recapping the project timeline and the significant milestone that we've reached as of tonight's public meeting. Also a bit of recap on the previous draft official plan amendment presented on April 27th at a public meeting. That's draft OPA 62. And then we'll spend the bulk of the presentation providing an overview of OPA 63. I'll outline some next steps, and then the bulk of the meeting will be available for questions and answers. And I do have Aaron Farrell from the consulting team as well, from Wood Consulting, to assist with answering any questions. as well as staff available at the meeting tonight. So just to start off with the project timeline, the project has been undertaken in a series of phases. We are in the final phase, phase 3. There may be some additional sensitivity analysis and review beyond phase 3, but we are really at the kind of the height of the study at phase 3, where we're preparing the actual recommendations for implementation through 2 official plan amendments. And so this is a significant milestone. I do want to acknowledge all the contributors to the process so far. There's a study team of consultants, ourselves, AECOM, Wood, and all the sub-consultants on the team have put in a significant amount of work to get to this point. The landowner representatives who participated on the TAC have been important contributors and have provided their insights and comments, which have been very valuable to the OPA as well. The NPCA and the region have been important participants as well. There's a number of other agencies and stakeholders who have participated, as well as members of the public. And we really want to thank everybody for their input and as well as council's input and comments and any further comments you want to provide to us either tonight or prior to the finalization of the OPA. It's important to recognize that this is a 30-year plan. And so there will be more steps prior to taking this into actual development in the study area. There will be block plans, development applications, and periodic updates to the official plan as well, including the master community plan. So although it is a recommendation at this point, there will be some further updates and changes that should be anticipated in the future. Just to recap, official plan amendment number 62. So it's the first of the 2 official plan amendments that would implement the recommendations stemming from both the region's municipal comprehensive review as well as the Smithfield master community plan and sub-watershed study work that's been undertaken. Official plan amendment number 62, again, is about implementing some of those I would call them mandatory items that are required to conform with the Region of Niagara official plan, which I understand has been finalized, at least insofar as regional council consideration for adoption, and will be subject to provincial approval. And one of the key requirements of the Planning Act is that Niagara Region official plan has to conform with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and be consistent with the provincial policy statement. So the township's official plan has to conform to those documents as well and to the region's official plan. And the sequence of implementation of that conformity process is firstly the Niagara completing their official plan and their municipal comprehensive review, and then secondly the local municipalities implementing changes to their local official plans to dovetail with the region's plan. And so we are, I think, a bit ahead of the game in terms of getting the local plan in good shape to conform with the new Niagara Region official plan, specifically as it relates to accommodating future growth. The growth forecasts that have been included in the region's official plan for the township are shown here. And the objective through the Smithfield Master Community Plan process is not only to ensure there's sufficient land base to accommodate the majority of that growth through fully serviced urban development, but also to ensure that it's done in a way that will contribute to achieving the targets that you see set out here. So 13% intensification and a greenfield density target of at least 50 people and jobs per hectare. We've also identified a proposed housing mix target for the expansion lands that would assist in meeting that density target. The subject land that is the subject of both OPA 62 and 63 is outlined here on this map. So it's the land to the north, west, south, and a little bit of land to the east of the current urban boundary. One of the changes that OPA 62 introduced, and one of the focal points of this study, has been the review of future transportation bypass or truck route needs. And as many of you know, and will recall from previous meetings, Regional Road 20 was at one point Highway 20, a provincial highway, and the province had designated in the 70s a southwest or a southerly bypass around Smithfield as a corridor that could be developed as a bypass in the future, but did not materialize while the highway was under provincial jurisdiction. Since then, of course, Highway 20 has become Regional Road 20. It's under the jurisdiction of the region, and the region has undertaken a master transportation plan, which identifies a conceptual bypass route around the north and east sides of Smithfield. So one of the changes recommended in OPA 62 is to remove that former bypass designation that the province had identified when Highway 20 was still a provincial highway. There are also some smaller changes to the hamlet boundaries included in the new Niagara Region Official Plan. So just a quick note here that those hamlet boundaries are also proposed to be changed to match the region's official plan in OPA number 62. So this mapping has been around for some time and has been the subject of review both through the region's process and the township's process. And this is really just implementing those changes that were recommended through the township's review of hamlet boundaries. Moving on to draft official plan amendment number 63. This is where the actual land use designations, the natural heritage system, infrastructure and transportation systems, and some of the community design and sustainability components of the process would get implemented in the township's official plan. As well, the policies proposed in OPA 63 would set the stage for implementing the proposed secondary plan through further block plans, master environmental servicing plans, as well as development applications. There's a number of map schedules that would amend the current schedules in the township's official plan, as well as add new schedules to illustrate the proposed information in the first items identified here. So these are the components of the Smithfield Master Community Plan, and I'll kind of walk through them through the presentation. In the introduction, to set the tone and really the whole context for the Master Community Plan and the future growth of Smithfield, a vision statement has been prepared, really trying to relate the feedback we received from the public early on in the process, the visioning process that was undertaken, the community survey results, the input from a range of stakeholders, as well as some of the policy directions together into some consolidated statements. So there's quite a bit to work towards achieving under this vision statement. Broadly speaking, it's about ensuring Smithfield is a vibrant center of community life, that it's a center for economic activity in Western Niagara with a range of services and amenities, a memorable place to visit. We heard a lot through the consultation process about the importance of West Lincoln's diverse agricultural sector, and that Smithfield has a role in supporting and strengthening that. That can be done in a variety of ways, such as providing local access to supportive and complementary businesses, local food retailing, as well as the movement of goods, which can support not only the agricultural sector, but also improving regional transportation connections and local industry. Having well-defined community edges is another way that this process can help support the permanence of agricultural land and the protected agricultural land base. And so that is one aspect that this process has strived to achieve is to define a long-term growth boundary for Smithfield to provide certainty about the status of the lands, the agricultural land surrounding the area. We also heard a lot about what people enjoy about living in Smithfield or why they moved to Smithfield as Smithfield has grown over the years. One of the main appeals has been about small town character. We heard about safety. We heard about the green and open space character, access to nature, some of the water resources, connected natural landscapes. So we have carried all of those ideas forward and attempted to implement them through the Master Community Plan. We also heard a lot about, and I'm sure you're all well aware of, the situation around housing and how the housing prices have increased, that there is a heavy focus on single detached housing in the community currently, that is diversifying and needs to continue to diversify in order for people to stay in the community and in order to provide options for people of all walks of life. With that, though, of course, comes the need for more retail services, parks, open spaces, and community facilities so that Smithfield really does work towards becoming a complete community with access to the full range of daily needs that residents need. We heard a lot about transportation as well and the need to ensure that, you know, single occupancy cars and private automobiles are not the only option for getting to and from Smithville and within Smithville, that there's a need to have robust walking and cycling networks, complete streets, and access to local and regional transit over the longer term. So there are a number of goals that complement that and seek to further detail that vision statement. And there are a number of what I would say can be competing objectives. So what we've really tried to do through this process is strike a balance amongst achieving all of these objectives, not trying to have one objective be achieved at the expense of achieving others, but really to try and balance the achievement of all of these collectively. Obviously, we have to ensure there's sufficient land to accommodate the forecast growth to 2051. That was one of the starting points of this process and really the rationale for it. But at the same time, we have to ensure that growth is responsible, that it's of an appropriate scale, that it respects the small town character, is compatible, that it preserves a healthy environment, that environment is not only protected in its current form, but also restored and enhanced alongside development. We heard about some of the concerns around impacts of climate change and the need to ensure that the community that we design and implement is resilient and sustainable to make sure that it isn't harmed unduly by climate change impacts, worsening storm events, flooding, erosion, all of those kinds of things that are foreseen to become worse in the future. Again, that range and mix of housing at appropriate densities to ensure housing needs are met, access to community facilities and services, a range of retail and commercial services, jobs, industry, and so on. And so there's a number of objectives that are set out in the master community plan, and the policies seek to implement those goals and objectives. The land use plan and policies are the bulk of the document, OPA 63. In order to make this truly a secondary plan level of detail and to allow readers of the document to fully see, the proposed overall street network and land uses and how that's all laid out, we have divided the master community plan area into a series of sub-schedules. And so this is the north area, and you'll see consistently in each of the community areas, there are different types of land uses identified, including residential, shown in yellow, medium density residential in orange, mixed use nodes where some commercial would also be permitted, outlined in the dashed red lines, parks and open space, shown in kind of this bluey green color, commercial areas shown in the pink, and again with the outline of mixed use allowing for some residential in the commercial area here, south of Regional Road 20. Special policy area, and I'll speak more to that later on in the presentation. And then the natural heritage system, which is comprised of a variety of things. These K symbols are identified karst features identified through the subwatershed study approach. Community facility locations are identified, as well as conceptual road network. So it's important to keep in mind that some of the information shown here, although it's intended to be comprehensive and the overall intent of the community layout and land uses here, there will be more detailed work needed through block plans and development applications to set out in more detail the location and alignment of streets and the details of how land will be divided up into different land uses as well as different property ownerships. But that'll occur through subdivision and site planning processes, and we'll build on block plans that will be created for each of these areas. In addition to the community areas, there are 2 areas identified for future employment growth. One is in the northeast along Industrial Park Road on the south side of Yonge Street. And again, there's less detail here because the intent is that the entire area would be reserved for a range of employment uses. And the east area as well, which is northeast of St. Catherine Street and Industrial Park Road, along the north side of the CPR railway. South has, again, a similar mix of community area land uses as the area in the north, and then again in the west. So there are 3 community areas and 2 smaller employment areas identified as part of the expansion lands, which really go back to those initial options that were considered and how best to expand the community, integrating with the current land uses and naturally growing outward from what already exists in the community. I mentioned the different types of land use designations or place types that are set out, and that there are some overlay designations identified on the plan as well with special policies for those areas. The stormwater management facilities are shown with conceptual locations that are based on the subwatershed study. There are conceptual buffers shown, which are part of the natural heritage system. And the overall intent is that these areas would achieve a density of 50 people and jobs per hectare. Just as a bit of an overview of each of the different land use designations and the related policies, again, going back to these yellow areas, those are the residential designations. Obviously, the opportunity or the planned function there is to achieve ground-related residential land uses. So lower density housing, predominantly single and semi-detached, some townhomes and additional residential units through conversions and new units, and some supplementary or ancillary uses as well. There are some criteria that would allow for some mix of other uses, such as schools or places of worship or convenience retail, subject to a zoning amendment. The overall density intended for residential is 15 to 20 units per hectare, which is the same density range for residential areas in your current official plan, and a height of up to 2.5 stories. We've identified some of the key design principles as well, which will be fleshed out in more detail through urban design guidelines. The medium density areas, which are the orange areas shown on the map, are intended for additional residential, but at more of a multi-unit type. So that would include a variety of dwelling types, such as townhomes, and there's a range of different types of those, triplexes, fourplexes, apartments, as well as a smaller mix of low density, such as duplex and semi-detached units. Similar to the low density residential areas, these would also have some opportunity, subject to rezoning, for some other non-residential uses that support the area. The density range would be higher for these unit types at 20 to 40 units per hectare. Again, that's consistent with your current official plan. And the height would be up to 3 stories with some criteria for going upwards of 4 stories where justified through a rezoning. Again, we've identified some overall design principles, and those will be set out in more detail through design guidelines. In the commercial areas, the goal is really to meet the commercial and retail needs of the community over the next 30 years, but also to be located within a reasonable walking distance as much as possible to residential areas. These would accommodate a full range of commercial, personal service, medical clinics, dental, healthcare, restaurants, etc., serving kind of community-wide needs as a priority. Height would be up to 3 stories, again, with that provision for up to 4 stories through rezoning. And some of the design principles are set out here again. Mixed-use nodes are, there are 2 types. One is where it's primarily a commercial area and there's some opportunity for limited residential, generally in the upper story of mixed-use buildings. So picture a 2 or 3 story building with a ground floor, hair salon or retail store or something of that nature. And then the second and or third story used for residential apartments. That's the kind of use that would be directed to those nodes. The medium density mixed use nodes would be similar, except that the predominant use would be medium density residential. Could still have those mixed use buildings again, but the residential would be the larger component. Similar height as in the medium density and commercial designations, and design principles that really try to orient those areas towards becoming kind of village centers or neighborhood centers within each of the community areas identified. So these are real focal points where you have kind of a hub of community activity within each of the new community areas identified. Open space, we heard a lot about this through the consultation process about the community's need for ensuring parks, trails, and similar public open spaces keep up with the needs of growth, that there is an adequate attribution of parks and open space areas with additional growth. And so some conceptual locations for primary park areas are identified on the concept, and the intent and permitted uses is set out here. Community facilities would complement the open space and wherever possible be co-located with parks and open spaces. So these are areas for things like schools, places of worship, community centers, libraries, etc. So the indoor component of the community services area, and similar height requirements as the commercial and residential areas. And some of the design principles are, again, relate back to that idea of creating a hub or focal point of community activity in highly accessible locations. The employment areas are well separated from the proposed community areas. That was intentional and something that was considered in determining the preferred concept plan for the master community plan. Obviously the plan function of those employment areas is predominantly about providing areas for employment growth through mainly industrial uses. There are other types of uses that may be permitted that are complementary and supportive of the employment area. And one thing we've tried to emphasize here as well is the desire to allow for agricultural services and things that would support the overall agricultural sector in the township. There is a small restricted employment area, and maybe I'll just skip back to the map quickly to show you where that is and why it's there. So right here, this small brown area is kind of an extension of an existing restricted employment area identified in the Spring Creek Heights secondary plan area on the north side of Spring Creek Road. And in fact, that restricted employment area extends south of Spring Creek Road as well. Is kind of a transition area between the overall industrial area along Industrial Park Road and the residential areas to the west. So this is kind of the north half of that piece of land that's already designated restricted employment. So we're just rounding that out as the same land use. That is not part of the region's designated employment area for Smithville. It is a separate area specifically for a restricted range of industrial uses given the proximity of residential uses, and also is a bit more flexible in that it would allow for some commercial and service-oriented uses, things that otherwise maybe have a hard time finding a place to go, such as automotive-related uses, automotive sales, a small area to allow for those kinds of uses, as well as business park uses, offices, and similar uses that would support the overall community in terms of providing jobs and services. I mentioned that there's a couple of special policy areas. The first is actually area that was intentionally left out of the proposed urban boundary in OPA 62. But it was part of the overall master community plan study area. The idea with the area north of the hydro corridor along the south side of Yonge Street is that that could be a prime location to have agricultural privately serviced agricultural supportive uses or ag-related uses. The thought process there is that it would be close to Smithfield and some of the other complementary services that may serve the agricultural sector there, as well as major transportation networks, including existing Regional Road 14, the future escarpment crossing, as well as the future truck bypass or alternate route along the north side of Smithfield. So the types of permitted uses that would be contemplated there and would still be permitted elsewhere in the agricultural part of the community would be things like farm equipment and service uses, food and agricultural product processing, veterinary services, and similar ag-related uses under the provincial guidelines. The other special policy area recommended and included in the OPA is on the west side of the north community area. There are 2 livestock barns associated with the same farm operation in this location here, just outside of the study area. They are at 6817 Highway 20, and those have to be recognized. The urban boundary does come into the MDS arc for those barns, but there are some intervening land uses. There's 4 homes in the vicinity, already closer to the livestock facility than the proposed urban boundary. And so what this does is it recognizes that there will be some limitations in the types of uses that may be permitted in the ARC until such time as something changes either with respect to the presence of the livestock operation or its capacity, or that there's some further analysis or policy changes that allow for sensitive land uses to be located in the area. So the area would be permitted to be used for things like public roads, trails, pathways, public utilities, stormwater management facilities, infrastructure to support the overall development of the area, but there would be no residential or other sensitive land uses permitted until that MDS issue is addressed. So shifting gears to the natural heritage system, the entire plan and land use plan has been kind of framed by this natural heritage system. That was a goal or principle we set early on in the process, was to make sure that there's this contiguous, connected natural heritage system that was loud and clear from the community consultation, as well as recognizing the work that was done through the subwatershed study in identifying existing features on the landscape and features that are currently designated in the current official plan, how we can link those together and create a complete system. One of the requirements of the provincial policy statement is to define and implement a natural heritage system as part of the official plan. And so this is the mapped natural heritage system that has been recommended as part of the subwatershed study to implement that provincial policy direction. It's comprised of a number of different features, and the OPA identifies the goals as well as the policies for each of these different types of features. The overall process would be, though, that many of these features will be further studied and refined through the block plan and MESP process, or Master Environmental Servicing Plan process, as well as through complete applications for development. So not only is the natural heritage system mapping, identifying the intended linked natural heritage system for the area, it is also signifying where future work will need to be done through an environmental impact study and other processes to actually further study those features and ensure that development does not negatively affect them, and to ensure that they're properly mapped and protected. So just comparing the current official plan with the proposed natural heritage system, you can see that they are fairly similar in area. What's missing, though, in the current OP is that many of the features are isolated. Other than the water courses, the rest of the features are pockets of woodlands and wetlands that are kind of scattered amongst the study area. So what we've worked to achieve through the natural heritage system mapping is to actually link the system together, as well as identify areas for future restoration and linkage areas, as well as buffers around the features. The different types of areas identified include core areas, which are the most significant. So these include provincially significant wetlands, significant woodlands, valley lands, etc. And those are kind of the central defining features of the natural heritage system that, for the most part, cannot be developed. It cannot be removed. And development near those features will have to be demonstrating that there's no negative impacts to those features. Buffers are recommended to protect the core areas from nearby development. A 30-meter buffer has been shown, but the policies allow that a different buffer may be defined through a more detailed study. Linkages are intended to join the features together, so ensure that habitat corridors are preserved, that drainage corridors are preserved and naturalized, and that also provides an opportunity for link trails and open space system as well. Recommended restoration areas are areas that had been natural in the past years, or had some opportunity for restoration based on their location relative to other features, and are recommended for restoration as development occurs. However, there are some policies as well that state there's some flexibility for the location of restoration areas, and that alternatives may be considered if the same or similar ecological outcomes and benefits are achieved. There's a number of principles or objectives that relate to the natural heritage system and why it's been mapped, and the rationale for the policies. I won't go through them all, but they relate to habitat, they relate to water balance and ensuring not only that surface features, but also aquatic features, both terrestrial and aquatic features, are protected and enhanced. They relate to connectivity, and there is a 30% coverage target, which is recommended and builds on the current official plan 30% woodland and wetland coverage target that applies on a township-wide basis. There are some key terms that are subject to some interpretation, and so some clarification is given around all of these terms in the OPA, just to provide clarity about what we mean when we speak to things like an unevaluated wetland or a wetland for further review, for example. The general policies of the natural heritage system apply for the entire Smithfield urban area. So although the master community plan study focused on that area wrapping around the existing community, the subwatershed study work has created a recommended natural heritage system for the entire community. And this recognizes that the 20-mile creek, as well as other water courses, don't just end at the existing urban area, and there's other features that connect both within the current urban area and in the area surrounding. And so the natural heritage system has been mapped for the entire existing and proposed urban area. Other general policies in the natural heritage system framework deal with requirements for environmental impact studies, the process for further defining and refining natural heritage system boundaries, which is rooted in this direction of trying to maintain or increase the overall natural heritage cover. Some direction for watercourse crossings, recognizing that in order to have a properly connected community, you can't totally avoid crossing watercourses with new roads and trails and that kind of thing. So there are some directions for watercourse crossings. And then for areas that are protected as part of the natural heritage system, how they'll be delineated and physically protected through fencing and other means to ensure limited public access, if any. Moving on to the infrastructure and transportation system. So this is the overall proposed transportation system for the Smithfield Master Community Plan area, and showing the key linkages within the existing community as well. There's a hierarchy of different roads. Each one has different requirements as it relates to direct access, the type of traffic that it's intended to accommodate, and the volume, as well as the role of the road in terms of accommodating different modes of transportation, whether it's by car, for trucks, whether it's for walking, cycling, and future transit, etc. So the main intent of this map is really to illustrate the spinal routes, or the main collector and arterial roads, and where they are either located now or intended to be located in the future. And one of the main future plans for through or arterial traffic would be along the north area of the study area and then connecting back along the east via Street A, which is a conceptual route for a future alternative truck route and Regional Road 20 bypass. That route has not been confirmed by the region in terms of a process for looking at different options outside of the study area. That is expected to occur through an environmental assessment process. And the policies speak to what happens if the environmental assessment process defines a different route outside of this area for the regional road bypass. In that case, parts of that road would still be needed for local and arterial traffic needs for Smithfield specifically, but it may not be needed then for through truck traffic, for example. The other major thing to highlight with the transportation system is that a kind of ring road system of collector roads has been proposed to link the west and south areas from Regional Road 20 right down to Shuri Road. And as well, Town Line Road forms part of that system. And then connecting back along Industrial Park Road and through Spring Creek Road back to the future arterial road. Connections to areas beyond Smithfield are also clearly identified, including existing Regional Road 20, Regional Road 14, going north and west, as well as the other rural and collector roads in the south part of the study area. So each of those different types of roads and streets has a set of policies related to them. We are acknowledging that some of them have regional jurisdictional considerations, and so the final right-of-way width would be determined through an environmental assessment and design process undertaken by the region. For example, if Arterial A or Street A road is identified as the truck bypass and Regional Road 20 bypass. For Street B, similarly, you know, if that is identified as part of the alternative truck route bypass, it would be designed as an Arterial A road with the right-of-way width determined through that EA process. And there's an alternative, if it is not identified, then Street B may not be required. Just to show you that location, this is Street B through the east area. Town Line Road will need some upgrades, including turning lane, a common turning lane to be added in the center. And that relates to the stage 3 and 4 or south development areas. South and west, I should say. Spring Creek Road, as well as Streets C and D, are identified as future collector roads. And South Country Roads 5 and 6, as well as Young Street, are identified as existing rural roads at the urban edge, where urban land use access will be limited. Local roads are also conceptually shown. It is not intended that these local roads shown on the plan are identifying all of the local roads, nor every location of where they'll be required, but that is basically setting out an overall street pattern or layout that would be refined through the block plan process and finalized as part of complete applications for development. Generally, those roads would be the township standard right-of-way width at 20 meters. And then finally, an active transportation and trail system is identified as part of the overall transportation plan as well as conceptual routes for a multi-use trail on and off-road trail system for the expansion lands and connecting with the existing urban area trail system. There is an overall transportation master plan as well that the policies make reference to, and that'll be one of the final documents that comes out of the master community plan process. So stay tuned for that information, as that will provide further detail on the transportation system. Similarly, there'll be a water and wastewater servicing master plan, and the policies in OPA 63 make reference to that. I think it's fairly obvious, but I've mentioned it here anyways, that new development in the master community plan area will be required to be fully serviced with municipal water and wastewater. It does recognize, however, that there are some existing uses in that area that may be expanded or changed in a limited manner on their existing private services, recognizing this is a 30-year plan and there may be some changes before urban development happens, but eventually that the land would be expected to urbanize on full municipal services, which may include the requirement for existing privately serviced development to connect to municipal systems. There is an overall development staging plan as well, and I'll speak to that further when we get to the map of the staging plan. There are some other policy directions around using best management practices around preventing the redirection of groundwater flow. These are recommendations that have made their way into the policies as a result of the subwatershed study work. Because obviously some of the infrastructure installations will need to take into account the impacts to groundwater and surface water. And that leads into stormwater management. As I mentioned earlier, there are conceptual locations shown on the master community plan for future stormwater management facilities. The actual locations and the number of stormwater facilities and the sizing of them will be determined through individual block plans and master environmental servicing plans, as well as complete applications for development. The community design and sustainability policies cover these areas. I mentioned earlier that there will be urban design guidelines as well that the policies kind of set the stage for. Those are still in the works and will be presented at a later date and will be one of the key implementation tools for the master community plan and cover all of the different land use types identified. Moving on to implementation. So the process envisioned for implementation is set up to occur through what's called a block plan. And a block plan is essentially taking smaller geographies within the master community plan area and doing a more focused planning exercise for those areas to set out the details of the street layout, the land uses, the infrastructure, the natural heritage system, the parks and open space, community facilities, etc. The idea here is that these small, relatively small geographic areas are the minimum size of a block plan. So you wouldn't prepare, a block plan for half of Area 14, for example. However, preferably, and the policies provide for this, the block plans would actually be much larger and could be, one for each kind of community area, one for the north, one for the south, and one for the west. And then the employment areas may or may not require block plans depending on how those areas develop, whether they're broken up into smaller parcels or whether they would be developed for larger industries, for example. The block planning policies also recognize that there are some connectivity and servicing considerations amongst the different areas, and in particular between areas 10, 11, and 12, for example, with respect to transportation, infrastructure, and stormwater management recommendations. So they do anticipate that there could be block plans created that cross from the south to the west, for example, or from the west to the north, etc. So you'll see in the land use plans, there's these gray numbers, and those represent those block planning areas that are the minimum block planning areas expected. But as mentioned, one block plan may be accepted for multiple block plan areas if the land is contiguous. If these lands, for example, were all done as one block plan, or one block plan for 1 and 2 and another for 3 and 4, that would be another way to do that. Some of the expected requirements and components for block plans would involve the detailed land uses, the location and number of community facilities, parks, and open spaces. The Master Environmental Servicing Plan is a key study that would support that, and it involves transportation, water, wastewater servicing, stormwater management, and natural heritage considerations. The block planning process would also define the proposed housing mix and densities, ensuring that the growth plan density target will be met, population and employment estimates, as well as an overall vision and design principles with associated graphics to implement the design guidelines. As I mentioned, there could be some exceptions to the block plan process, and that would be determined by the township in consultation with the landowners. So, for example, if a major commercial development came forward and was going to develop an entire block in one application, that may be one reason not to require a block plan. Similarly, in employment area, if only a couple of larger industries are going to be located in a block, it may not warrant the full detail and rigor of a block planning process. Because that could simplify, the number or even need for things like public roads, for example. The block plan, as currently drafted, the policies would require township council approval of a block plan, but that could be delegated by council to staff, as determined by council in the future. And the entire process would be set out based on the terms of reference that would form part of the early consultation with the township and be defined to manage the expectations and identify the expected outcomes and studies that form part of the block plan process. The master environmental servicing plan, just to detail that a little bit further, each of those would support basically the functional elements of the block plan. It would identify through an environmental impact study, the delineated or confirmed and refined natural heritage system boundaries, the water and wastewater servicing plans, the phasing of development within the blocks, the stormwater management strategy and low impact development measures, or LIDs, that would be used to supplement things like stormwater management ponds. A karst hazard assessment, where there are karst features that present a hazard to future development, and a transportation impact study prepared in accordance with the overall transportation master plan. Some of the other details would be involving profiles and sections for the roads, a noise impact assessment if there are transportation related or stationary noise sources, MDS, minimum distance separation assessment, if, for example, it's in an area where there are existing livestock operations, either within the urban area or in that special policy area, for example. An environmental site assessment that relates to ensuring the soil quality is appropriate for the types of land uses, and archaeological assessment. I mentioned the development staging plan, and this is the map that illustrates the intended overall order of development based on infrastructure planning and transportation considerations. So there are both overall stage areas. So stage 1 is in the north, for example, as well as sub areas or sub phases, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, for example. And the intent is that because of the way the infrastructure will be designed and implemented in conjunction with the region based on the master planning, that the land use development would occur in conjunction with that phased infrastructure implementation, as well as the necessary transportation improvements. The policies do allow for some exceptions to the development staging plan process. So landowners can present a change to the order of development, subject to meeting certain criteria. For example, demonstrating that the growth forecasts and the status of other development areas, and there's a need for additional supply, housing and commercial and other things in order to meet expected needs. That it will not adversely affect the achievement of the intensification target, that it will establish the necessary roads and infrastructure, including those for areas external to the development, that there would be no adverse effects to the required roads and infrastructure, that oversizing and front-ending and other arrangements needed to service other block plan areas that were supposed to go ahead of the proposed change are contemplated and addressed, or there's a strategy for that. that grading and drainage matters are coordinated with other future development areas, required community facilities and parks will be provided, and that there is adequate reserve infrastructure capacity in the water supply and wastewater treatment systems. The way that type of change would be contemplated would be through an environmental assessment addendum, because the Master Community Plan process has been undertaken as an integrated EA and Planning Act process, fulfilling parts of the environmental assessment requirement. So an addendum would be required where there's a change to the overall order of the required infrastructure and development of the area. The development staging plan also identifies, obviously, the need to ensure that the infrastructure and transportation systems that will support the growth of the area are financially viable, that they're implemented in a way that's within the financial capabilities and capacities of the township and the region, based on the principle that growth pays for growth, so through development charges and development implementing local services, aligned with block plans and complete applications for development, as well as the regions and the township's master plans. Implementation through the development staging plan process will also involve, will be undertaken based on the block planning process that I've outlined. There may be a servicing allocation policy that the township would want to adopt to prioritize which areas would be allocated capacity for water and wastewater systems in conjunction with the region. For example, if there's insufficient capacity at various points in time to allow the scale of development that's contemplated all at once, and to ensure that there's proper prioritization based on the development staging plan. There are a number of other tools that the township may use through the Planning Act process to ensure the development staging plan is implemented, including holding zones, conditions of development approval, front-ending, and DC credit agreements, for example. We've also noted that there may be updates, in future to the development staging plan, and that could occur without amendment to the official plan. The final component of OPA 63 that I just wanted to cover quickly for tonight are the various map schedules. I've already shown you the ones that relate specifically to the master community plan area in terms of the land use schedules, the transportation plan, the natural heritage system mapping. But there are some other existing map schedules in the OP that need revision. One of them is Schedule B3 and showing the special policy areas 1 and 2 at the edge of the new Smithfield urban boundary. This is the existing Smithfield urban area and the various secondary plans that apply within it. This map is adding the master community plan as the additional secondary plan area around the existing urban boundary. In OPA 62, the expansion land is identified as a future designated greenfield area, and in OPA 63, it would remove that future qualifier and now call it a designated greenfield area because the land use designations would now be applied and the overall greenfield density target would be identified. This is more of a policy item to clarify which areas are considered to be part of the designated greenfield area. In your current official plan, it attempts to map and illustrate the natural heritage system or parts of it within the overall township-wide map schedules. That it does get a little bit hard to read at the detail that's provided. So what we've proposed is a change whereby all of Smithfield would be shown in a separate schedule without attempting to show those features within the overall township-wide natural heritage system schedule. It's just for clarity and ease of interpretation. Same for the other components of the natural heritage system, which are set out on a series of maps in your current OP. And that concludes the presentation of draft official plan amendment number 63, a quick outline of a few next steps. So after tonight's meeting, we will further consider, review, and respond to comments and questions received. We'll finalize the two OPAs, 62 and 63, and we'll set a schedule to bring them back for consideration of adoption by the township. Once adopted by the township, the the township would then send the final adopted OPAs to the region, and the region is ultimately the approval authority. As I mentioned, there are other components that work with the OPAs, and those include the sub-watershed study, which Aaron's team is currently finalizing with phase 3, the municipal servicing master plans that ACOM is working on, as well as the transportation master plan. And those will be used as supplementary documents to guide the implementation of the master community plan. So I'll stop sharing my screen here and would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Before we go to questions, I'm actually going to go to our Director of Planning. I think he wanted to add a couple more comments just at the end there, and then we'll move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you will have heard, that was an extensive presentation, but because this is an extensive process, it's important that we get into the details to make sure they're part of the public records. So Steve went through OPA 63 extensively because it's an essential component of the future growth and development of Smithfield, and we have to discuss it in that context. Mr. Chair, I wanted the floor for 30 seconds more just to mention that there are 2 items of correspondence that were received after staff's report was submitted to Clerk's Department on Friday. And so they are not part of the package that was sent to council and not part of the online materials available as of yet. But there are 2 items. I believe the authors of both of these items are here tonight and will speak to them. Our consulting team has them in their possession already, and I just want them mentioned here for the record, and they will then be attached by our clerk's department to the minutes. So the first is a letter with some supporting materials from Sorensen Gravely Lowe's, authored by Mr. Paul Lowe's, dated June 24th, 2022, addressed to members of council and the mayor, redraft OPA 63. And as I mentioned, I believe Paul will speak to that a little later. And then the second item that was received after hours on Friday is an authored letter from Turkster Mazza, authored by Jennifer Meter. That letter is also dated June 24th. It's not part of the package. It's with respect to official plan amendment number 63, and it appears that the clients being represented are Phelps Homes Limited and JTG Holdings Incorporated. And I would anticipate that Ms. Meter will speak at some point as well.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move forward to the public portion, and so there's a little thing I got to read here, and then I got a couple people who are in the queue that will go first, and then we'll open it up to everybody. So at this point, I got to ask if there are any members of the public that have any oral written submissions from anyone present at this Zoom meeting regarding the proposed official plan amendment. I would like to stress that this may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. Therefore, if any members of the public are in attendance at this Zoom meeting that would like to make comments or provide a written comment, they should do so now by using one of the 2 options. If they're using option 1, if you have a computer or smartphone, you're just going to raise your virtual hand. And if you're on a landline, which I don't see any, but in case I'm just not seeing it on my side, you will dial *9, and that will notify staff that you've raised your hand. Once you've been acknowledged to speak, we ask that you unmute your microphone, and it's important to provide your comments now if you've not done so already in writing or verbally, as LPAT may not consider comments made during any other council or committee meeting. Also, anyone wishing to speak are required to unmute the microphone, but once you're done speaking, we do ask that you remute your microphone to allow us to continue with the meeting. And then prior to speaking, I will have to ask your name and address for the record. So at this point, I'm going to go to, I know we had another presentation here from a committee, so I don't know who wants to go first regarding that committee there. So you guys, I see Scott, I know there's 2 other people, so if you guys want to actually put your presentation forward now. I see Rick there, his hand's up. So Rick, if you'd like to get the ball rolling here, please feel free, and any of your members can also unmute their microphones, but maybe when you go and do your actual presentation, have everyone mute their microphones. But Rick, again, for the record, if you could just state your name and address for the record, and then proceed with your presentation.
Yeah, my name is Richard Sivier. I live at 6562 Smithville Road. and I'm representing a group of 3 people that will be speaking under the heading of Community for Responsible Growth. Mr. Chairman, members of council, township staff, and fellow citizens. My wife Linda and I have lived at 6562 Smithfield Road since 1973. Over almost 50 years, we have watched Smithfield evolve and grow, and we live here because we really like what this small town has to offer, and the potential to become even better is within reach. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I want to make clear that my purpose is to represent a group called Community for Responsible Growth, which was organized for the sole purpose of supporting you, our council, as you consider official plan amendment 62 and 63 to proceed with responsible growth within the township of West Lincoln and the proposed land use within that expansion area. We support the recommendations of OPA 62 and 63 in their entirety as proposed. Considerable time and expense has been incurred in acquiring the recommendations developed by Wood Consulting using scientific methods, technical expertise, sound operating procedures, and overall good judgment in compiling these recommendations. Good work, well done, Wood Consulting. We believe that there will be challenges to the proposed growth plan by some who stand to gain financially by challenging these plans. There may be challenges to several aspects of the proposal, but specifically I want to address an area designated in OPA 63 as recommended for restoration east of Leisureplex on the north side of Town Line Road. This area has a history. Prior to August 10th of 2007, the area currently designated as recommended for restoration was indeed a mature forest. Land immediately east of this existing forest extended over to Wade Road, recently known as Harvest Heights, was developed at first by Winspear Homes and later by Phelps Homes. Winspear Homes and the forested area I am referring to had the same principal owner at the time. This is a sample of the promotional material for Winspear Homes in 2007, advertising Phase 3 of Harvest Heights, including Harvest Gate, Georgia Caucus Drive, Oakdale Boulevard. This promotional material from the summer of 2007 refers to the area in OPA 63 as recommended for restoration as being for future development. That clearly indicates the owner's real intent. This is a brief summary of the events that took place in August of 2007. August 10th, Council was made aware of tree cutting within this forest. August 20th, West Lincoln Council passed a resolution to urge the region to tighten its bylaw re-tree cutting to make it more difficult for non-farming activities to abuse the bylaw. August 28th, the Niagara Region Bylaw Enforcement Officer posted a stop work order to allow for the situation to be investigated. This stop work order turned out to be temporary. The investigation revealed that the owner of the forest in question was indeed a registered farmer and thereby was allowed to clear the land in order to farm under the provisions of the woodcutting bylaw in force at the time. To be clear, he was also the principal owner of Winspear Homes and was advertising at the same time that this very piece of deforested land was to be developed. Approximately 15 of the 30 acres of the forest was cleared and has since been farmed. There remains a narrow band of forest along the west, south, and east sides of this original forest. That was clearly an end run around our council and the intent of the bylaws. Now that the urban boundaries are expanding, developers are interested in this property for building, planting houses, not trees. We are reminded again this spring of the potential for further devastation of this forest when a tree removal service was seen removing trees along the northeast side of what little remains of this forest. It is my understanding that once again they were ordered to stop under the tree cutting bylaw. We suspect that there will be challenges to the natural heritage system and areas recommended for restoration by Wood Consulting. A deliberate effort appears to be underway to degrade several environmentally sensitive areas in OPA 63 so that a case can be made to the Ontario Land Tribunal that they are beyond the point where it is practical to protect or restore them. This picture was taken behind Harvest Gate in the spring of 2022. Another area of concern is west of the former TH&B railway lines near the RVL development off Shuri Road. We are told that this is a common and often effective tactic. The Community for Responsible Growth encourages this council to unanimously approve both OPA 62 and 63 in their entirety and know that there is significant community support to protect and restore the natural heritage systems and restoration designations. The common good will be achieved by moving forward with responsible growth while maintaining what's in the best interest of the community, the environment, and future generations. We hope that when those predictable challenges do occur, you will defend OPA 62 and 63 vigorously, knowing that the community supports you. And that concludes my presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Ellen Irving.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Bilsma, council members, and fellow West Lincoln residents. My name is Ellen Irving, and my husband Scott and I live at 34 Harvest Gate. We purchased this Phelps home in 2016, and we chose the woodlot location that we are currently in. The pictures that you can see on the screen right now are what we can see behind us at Harvest Gate, and the area pictured there in the circle is the location that I will speak of specifically. I am commenting on OPA 63 and specifically the areas designated as the Natural Heritage System, because I am a resident that is focused on responsible growth. As you can see on the map that has been previously shown, there are many areas designated for natural heritage systems. This urban expansion plan, as we know, was designed by our West Lincoln Planning Department and Wood Consulting to fulfill the 30% of natural heritage systems required by the provincial guidelines. Currently, this expansion plan falls somewhat short of the target percentage, but we are adamant that all these areas are protected, restored, or enhanced. We encourage the council to support this expansion plan because as a community, we want to grow responsibly. I'm going to focus on the system that is just west of Harvest Gate and north of Town Line, which is in the circle that you can see in red. This remaining strip of forest has a variety of habitat, trees, foliage, and wetland. The pond is a unique wetland area alive with peepers. These small chorus frogs mark the beginning of spring. This pond is also home to a pair of ducks that return each year, and a muskrat has also been seen swimming in these waters. Many small animals can be seen scurrying around below and in the trees. As well, a variety of colorful songbirds can be heard, and the woodpecker and the hawk are a delight to see. Pollinator plants and different species of grasses also grow in this area. And you can see those where the young children are playing out in these grassy areas with the forest strip that is left behind. It is easy to imagine what a large and important habitat existed before nearly all the forest was cut, as Rick spoke of earlier, and to anticipate what a productive natural ecosystem it will be again if it becomes restored. These are valuable spaces, and it is crucial that they are not lost. Speaking of value, there is great value living or near or backing onto a woodlot. All of us on the west side of Harvest Gate have this small line of trees in our backyard. In fact, we all paid an extra $15,000 to have this view. So a natural heritage system is valuable to have in a community. We crave green space and we seek it. We certainly don't want the remaining part of this forest destroyed. Realtors will promote a home that has a woodlot behind them. And this can be seen on the screen in front of you. This tactic that builders use is referred to as a bait and switch, and it's certainly of real concern. That is, advertising a forest in your backyard only to cut it down. And you can see this marketing material here from 2007, advertising homes along Harvest Gate as being wooded lots for nature lovers. As recently as this spring, large trees were cut out of the remaining line of trees in an apparent effort to subvert and degrade its natural heritage designation. Where the piece of machinery is that you see right there in the upper left corner, that's exactly behind where those two young girls were standing in the other screen that you saw earlier. We understand that there are not only trees and low-lying growth that have been removed recently, but we sort of hope and assume that nothing more will be removed. Further benefits of living near a natural heritage system will be commented on by another speaker when Scott takes over in a moment. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and I want to encourage you again to support OPA 3 because it really is a target for responsible growth for West Lincoln and the citizens of Smithfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. I'll go to Scott now.
Good evening, Chairman Riley, Mayor Belsma, council, and staff members. My name is Scott Antonitis. I live at 23 Golden Acres. Let me move slide ahead here. You've heard from the previous speakers about the history of some of our natural areas that seem to be disappearing one tree or one small forest at a time. There is an obvious tension between growth and the preservation of our natural heritage ecosystems. I think one of the challenges is that the environment is often seen as an obstacle rather than an asset. I'd like to talk briefly about something called the Municipal Natural Assets Initiative. And this material comes from Liz Bennion, who founded the Biodiversity and Climate Action Collective. She has been instrumental in preserving natural spaces in Fort Erie and around Niagara. Municipalities are already well versed in asset management, and as you know, you continuously inventory and assess your community's existing infrastructure, such as roads, stormwater systems. You determine the current state of these assets, prepare and implement plans to maintain or replace those assets as necessary, allowing the municipality to make informed decisions. Unfortunately, local governments lack policies to measure and manage one class of assets, natural assets, although we appreciate the amount of time and energy that Wood and associated consultants have spent on those natural ecosystems mentioned earlier. Natural assets are ecosystems features that provide or could be restored to provide services just like the engineered assets, but historically they have not been considered on equal footing or included in asset management plans. Natural assets include things like forests, creeks, wetlands, ponds, fields, and even soil itself. Natural assets can be created, such as gardens, parks, or stormwater ponds. Under this initiative, natural assets such as the forests pictured earlier are not a liability for a landowner looking to develop their land. They are instead an asset. Aquifers, sinkholes, forests, wetlands reduce the service delivery cost, and they have a perpetual lifespan. It can even improve over time. So the idea here is that they're offering services, vital services in many cases, and because of that should be maintained or even restored. Natural assets can adapt to change. For example, if the climate were to become hotter and wetter, a healthy forest would respond and mitigate some of those changes. If nutrients from lawns escape through our stormwater, which happens every spring, our creeks and ponds actually absorb these nutrients and change their biology to meet new conditions. Traditional assets cannot adapt to change and are not self-sustaining. Under this pretense, a landowner could be incentivized to keep or even restore a forest or any natural ecosystem. Instead of clear-cutting land, before submitting a site plan or before doing an environmental impact study, we might find landowners who actually protect or even restore natural features because of their value and what those features provide to the community indefinitely. Until now, there's been no standardized way to measure natural assets. The MNAI was created to address this. It has worked with nearly 100 communities to explore nature's ability to provide municipal services as a long-term, cost-effective, and climate-resistant solution to aging infrastructure. The MNAI team provides scientific, economic, and municipal expertise to support and guide local governments in identifying, valuing, and accounting for natural assets in their financial planning and asset management programs, and in developing leading-edge, sustainable, and climate-resilient infrastructure. MNAI's mission is to make natural asset management a mainstream practice across Canada, and in support of this, for local governments to accept and use the methodologies and tools in standard ways across the country. So essentially, the Township of West Lincoln could sign up to activate this team, to have this team come in and do a workshop in the area and almost quantify the natural ecosystems that we've done. I think Wood has done that to some degree with their plans. Just a quick example, there are hundreds around Ontario, but a quick example from Oshawa when they used MNAI, and what they did in Oshawa was study a 7-kilometer long segment of Oshawa Creek, and the key findings were the natural assets along this creek provide a stormwater management value of $18.9 million, and when including the full Oshawa Creek watershed and the surrounding floodplain, this increases to $392 million or $414 million. The main point here being that creeks, forests, wetlands, sinkholes are not obstacles, they are assets, and they provide services that would be very expensive to replace if the system is damaged or removed. When we look at the plan, which comes from OPA 63, and put it next to a best practice example, there are a lot of similarities, and we really appreciate how the consulting companies have gone through lengths to link our natural heritage systems, just like what this Ontario best practice document is asking for. And I want to just reference next another document that we've come across called the Best Practices to Natural Heritage Systems Planning. This document outlines the importance of protecting and restoring ecosystems and outlines what many other cities in Ontario are doing. I've taken a couple of key quotes from this document that I just want to read with you. Since European settlement, approximately 80% of the region's woodlands, 72% of wetlands, and more than 99% of its native grasslands have been lost to clearing and development. As a result, the diversity of plant and animal life and the services they provide has also declined. With only 3.5% of southern and eastern Ontario protected for conservation, natural heritage systems planning will be a key mechanism for restoring and sustaining biodiversity. The services that nature provides have been estimated to be worth over $84 billion annually in southern and eastern Ontario. Globally, it has been conservatively estimated at $33 trillion per year. That number exceeds the combined GDP of all the world's economies. For a human health perspective alone, research shows that the human connection with nature is fundamental to our physical, mental, and social well-being. Aside from physical services that nature can provide, which I think we're all aware of, such as flood control, water filtration, carbon sequestration, climate mitigation, nature is known to have human health benefits and even mental health benefits. In 2010, there was a study by Dr. Frances Kuo on the connection between human health and access to the natural world, and she described, there's a long list of findings there, I won't read them all, but just quickly, things like stronger social ties, greater sense of community, more mutual trust, better cognitive function, resilience to stress, greater mental health overall, higher levels of physical activity, and time spent in nature was even proven to improve immune system functioning and decrease crime. As I wrap up, I want to highlight a project that was just completed this spring near Golden Acres on the west side of town. Priority should always be given to the protection of existing mature ecosystems. And those, for example, those hickories that were cut down just recently, they have a lifespan of 200 or 300 years. They take 100 years to mature, so it's difficult for us to replace mature trees with young ones. Therefore, protecting existing ecosystems is a priority, but restoration is possible. And here's a quick example of one that just happened this spring. 1,500 trees were planted between Golden Acres Drive and Forest View. And this was in a sensitive area near a stormwater pond and between two sinkholes. And the idea here is that once mature, the forest will be part of the town's infrastructure. It's also next to a park, and it's within a street called Forest View Court, which I'm sure the residents paid a premium to back onto that small chunk of forest. This can be replicated at any site and in any scale. Government agencies and private donors are ready to facilitate this restoration work, and I'm happy to walk with anyone from the town if they need help engaging some of those organizations. Here's some examples of Landcare Niagara doing the work of restoring this chunk of forest near Golden Acres Park. Lastly, I'll show this picture that was one of the things that triggered my class in taking on this forest project. The colored dots are all the sites where NPCA performs water tests in the Niagara region. Only one stream in all of Niagara was found to be in excellent condition. Red indicates a poor water quality, and this should be alarming to anyone. Red would indicate high phosphate, nitrate, or E. coli contamination. And the point here is that with only 15% forest cover and 95% of our waterways in poor condition, we're not okay. Cannot continue with business as usual and keep expanding indefinitely. The work of Wood Consulting and others mentioned here, GSP, ACOM, the work of Aaron Farrell and Mr. Steve Weaver. We appreciate that work. We recognize its recognition of natural heritage system and how it's a step in the right direction. Councilors, staff, the planning staff, thank you for the work that you do in making our town grow responsibly and continue to be a place where my family and I love to live. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you to everybody who made the presentation. At this point, I'll go forward. I also had John Aarons who would request to speak next, and then anybody else who's in the Zoom meeting. So, John, I'll give you a chance there to state your comments. But first, as always, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Chair Riley, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is John Arians. I'm here on behalf of one of the landowners within the subject area of Official Plan Amendment number 63. I do have a very brief PowerPoint that I'd like to share with the committee. If I could have that control, please.
You can, John. I'm just going to need you to state your address first.
Oh, my address is at LaUna Station in downtown Hamilton.
Thank you. So you just have to share your screen, or IT is saying you should have access as of now.
Okay. Thank you. I'm wondering if you can see that. I'm not having such luck with it right now.
Yeah, I can't see anything as of yet, so.
Okay, let me try again. Are you able to see this?
No.
Oh, I love technology when it doesn't work. All right. I don't know if we emailed the presentation to the clerk earlier this afternoon. I'm wondering if I could perhaps call on their assistance to load it up, and then I could just ask them to advance the slides one by one.
Okay, so just give me 1 second to see what we can do from IT side.
Thank you, and my apologies. I keep pushing the share screen button.
Joanne, I'm going to go to our clerk for a minute. Madam Clerk, would you be able to forward the slideshow to our IT?
Yes, I should be able to do that. Just give me a minute here. I'm sending them to Kevin.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Just maybe give us about 2 minutes here.
Okay, maybe I can provide some introductory comments at the outset.
Sure.
So I'm here on behalf of a numbered company. It's 1734234 Ontario Limited. Those of you who have heard the name Mr. Don Manson, he is one of the principals of that company. They own 52 acres in the northwest quadrant of the expansion area. Mr. Manson has significant experience in West Lincoln. He's the developer of the Old Town subdivision that ultimately was completed by Mars Homes. He's also developed the 25 acres that Mars recently purchased, and he's also the developer of the Dunlow subdivision just north of the tracks by South Grimsby Road 5. So he is a proven developer with a good track record here in the township and elsewhere in Niagara. I would also like to point out that Mr. Manson and his company are part of the landowners group that have paid and contributed their proportionate share to the ongoing work that is the resulting OPA 63 and 62. So he has contributed to the township master plan process. Thank you. Earlier, Mr. Treble referred to comments from Mr. Paul Lowes. Paul is the official planning consultant for the landowners group, and Paul has provided comments on the big picture policy regime. What I'd like to focus on is some site-specific comments that apply to our client's property. We certainly agree with the overall comments presented by Mr. Lowes, and I don't need to repeat those, so I will be dealing with some specific issues. If we could have the next slide, please.
So we're just waiting on IT here. They haven't returned back to the, oh, here we go.
Right. So on this slide, this is the Schedule E6 of the master plan, and you can see in the upper northwest quadrant, the area outlined in blue, that is the 52 acres that my client owns, and as I indicated, he is part of that landowners group. Next slide, please. This is Schedule E8 of the North Community Area, and again, the area outlined in blue, the 52 acres. We're immediately north of the tracks and immediately east of South Grimsby Road 6 and immediately south of the hydro corridor. Next slide, please. What I'd like to demonstrate on this slide is the excerpt is taken from Schedule E8, which is a North Community Land Use Plan, and the area in blue we would like to request be considered for medium density purposes. And on the right-hand side is a concept plan that was prepared both by my firm and the Biglieri Group for clients that we both represent in the Northwest Quadrant. Together, we've been working on a block plan to put together for these lands. As you can see, we've developed a road pattern, a land use plan, and overall servicing as well. And we called it We the North as a tribute to the Raptors who were going through the the playoffs at that particular time. Our concept plan had the benefit of a transportation study, a functional servicing report, and detailed servicing report and a detailed concept plan were the result. The We the North concept has been shared by your consulting team, but we still have some differences to iron out, and that really is the purpose of my delegation. Street A, as you heard from Mr. Weaver, will function, hopefully, as the northwest bypass from Highway 20, and if not, it will still function as a major collector type road. Accordingly, we feel that a medium density designation is appropriate along the southern border of Street A because it is a higher order road and it will be designed to carry higher volumes of traffic. Next slide, please. As I indicated, we did a detailed functional servicing report for the area represented by the Biglieri Group and IBI. And we have a difference of opinion with staff as to where the stormwater management ponds should be located. On the left-hand side is the excerpt from Schedule E8, and it shows two blue circles, one close to the terminus of Spring Creek Road now, and one at the intersection where the tracks and South Grimsby Road 6 are located. That one is fine, but the other one should be relocated further to the north corner because there is an existing drainage course in that area which functions as an outlet. Now, I heard Mr. Weaver say that there will be flexibility in the location of swim ponds, and as long as that can be moved such a considerable distance, then we're fine, of course. But if something like this would require an amendment to the official plan, then we would prefer that it be designated in that north corner of the property today. And as I indicated, this is fully supported by a functional servicing report that has been submitted to your consulting team. Next slide, please. The karst identification of the subject property is causing a concern as well, and particularly because it's outlined in Paul Lowe's letter. The policies that have been proposed in the Amendment 63 talk about mandatory buffers and setbacks, and have identified this as a karst area of real significance. What we would like to propose is that the karst area should simply be an overlay designation, similar to a red flag. In other words, there is a karst feature in this area and you have to deal with it. The land should be designated for development purposes, and in our opinion, the policy should identify that no development can occur unless the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, which is the regulatory body for karst, has issued a permit to deal with the proper mitigation. Obviously, if karst is a constraint and the Conservation Authority does not issue a permit, then no development will occur. And similarly, buffers and setbacks would be implemented at that time. The Niagara Peninsula recognizes karst as a hazard and has policies and regulations to deal with proper mitigation and a permit approval process. Next slide. Surrounding the karst designation, the schedule identifies a neighborhood park. And I believe the two kind of go hand in hand, that if the karst cannot be developed, well, let's keep it as a park. However, we feel that this is not an appropriate location for a neighborhood park. And if I can refer to the right-hand side, the We the North concept actually proposed the neighborhood park immediately below a elementary school site. Both of our concepts plan identify the school site, And we think it is better to have a neighborhood park in association with a school, as it maximizes the amount of open space, it allows for shared facilities, it creates a significant focal point for the community, it's more centralized, and as I indicated, it's a larger open space. It also puts the neighborhood park in closer proximity to higher density or medium density uses, as we find on the surrounding designations. So we would respectfully request the consideration of moving that neighborhood park to abut the elementary school site. Next slide, please. Now, I understand that buffers are meant to be conceptual, and as you can see on Schedule E8, immediately south of Street A is a buffer area, which is represented by that green dashed line. We feel that this buffer is not warranted because the environmental feature is to the north of Street A, and Street A will actually separate it from the environmental feature. And in fact, we also have the hydro corridor running north of Street A. So to have a buffer or a linkage in this location, we feel is just simply not warranted, as the street and the hydro corridor provide the separation, and the hydro corridor will function as the linkage. Next slide, please. Similarly, Schedule E12, the Smithfield Natural Heritage System, we again suggest that karst be treated as an overlay, and the buffer that is proposed and the linkage that is proposed along the hydro corridor conflicts with the Street A bypass that is also shown. And also, as I've indicated, the swim ponds need to be adjusted based on our functional drainage study that has been submitted previously. Next slide. Moving to transportation, we have a number of concerns. If you follow Spring Creek Road, which is the blue dashed line from the current intersection of South Grimsby Road 5, and you travel westerly, the triangle to the south that is colored white is the Dunlow subdivision. And the Spring Creek Road will terminate right at the point of that triangle. And this plan shows it following westerly along the railroad corridor. This would then be a single loaded arterial road, and we would propose to actually bend that road slightly to the north so that we do have development on both sides of this particular road, rather than it being a single loaded road. So we would suggest a treatment similar to Dunlow, where we have development on both sides of a future Spring Creek Road. The other concern we have with this slide is that it appears that the connection between South Grimsby Road 6, north of the tracks and south of the tracks, is being eliminated. This is an existing road allowance, and you already have a road allowance with a track crossing. To eliminate that track crossing effectively means that the residents in this 52-acre development, in order to access the commercial development that's proposed along Highway 20, which is the pink area on the schedule, would basically have to travel easterly along Spring Creek Road, southerly along South Grimsby Road 5, and then westerly along Highway 20, or former Highway 20, to access this commercial development. It's going to be some time before Street A or the bypass is built, and we feel that the connection across the tracks at South Grimsby Road 6 is an important component that will basically provide a suitable entrance into this northwest quadrant, similar as South Grimsby Road 5 certainly provides that connection. So we would encourage council to consider maintaining that crossing at South Grimsby Road 6. Next slide, please. Also, with respect to the bypass, the Street A, the connection to Highway 20 and then northerly and then easterly towards the study area, that's a pretty lengthy stretch of road that obviously is going to be paid by development charges. At the bottom, you see two alternative alignments of this potential bypass or potential arterial road, which take a smoother route, less lengthy, and still provides that important connection. And again, I heard Mr. Weaver say that this is going to be subject to an EA process, and the route, it hasn't been designed. We would still suggest that the schedule at least show a more straightforward connection rather than having to first go to the north and then further to the east. It's a much smoother flow, and ultimately we do acknowledge that the EA process will determine that road. My last slide is the next one, and it deals with staging. And my client's property is in the area identified as 1B. And I would like to point out that both 1B West, 1B West and 1A share infrastructure. In fact, Stantec is currently working with the region to design a pumping station which will take the sanitary flows from both 1A and 1B. Accordingly, we feel that 1B West should have the same number as 1A because of that shared infrastructure. They also share roads. They also share connections on the South Grimsby Road 5. They are sharing a school site. And we feel that 1B West should be joined with 1A. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'd be pleased to answer any questions. And let me also congratulate you on this tremendous achievement. We've actually been involved in the urban boundary issue for Smithfield since 1996, when Glenn Barker did the first initial studies for this area. And we've been monitoring it and contributing and being part of this process. And it certainly seems as though we're nearing the finish line, and kudos to the township, the region, and your consulting team. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
And I mean no disrespect to Mr. Arians. He's a well-respected planner who speaks often. But I'm a little confused. Like, the detail that Mr. Arians put forward is something I think would be appropriate for the secondary planning, and I'm a little concerned of what the difference is between what we're approving here in kind of general concepts and percentages, land use, and then the detail. Because to be quite honest with you, we are scheduled to have a council meeting start in 10 minutes. And if every block goes through this kind of detail, we're going to be here a very, very long time. And I wonder what the appropriateness of this type of detail is at this point. We can't be doing, honestly, we can't be doing secondary plans at this juncture. Is that not correct?
I'll go to the director to speak to that. I hear what you're saying, and I feel like we're trying to tighten up stuff that certainly could change in the future one way or another. So just to make sure that we have some consistency here, I'll go to our director of planning to speak to this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think, Mr. Mayor, it's important that we hear the comments from the people who wish to speak tonight. This is the public forum, perhaps the last sort of formal public forum to hear these comments. I do tend to agree with you, however, that a lot of the detail, and Mr. Arians acknowledged it as well in his own presentation many times, a lot of the detail will be subject to whatever the interpretation of flexibility is around OPA 63 and how that can then be dealt with down the road. So my thought would be receive the input from all of the people who wish to comment, and let's refer it to our consulting team, many of whom the key players at least are on this panel tonight listening to everything being said, and they'll assist in reporting back to staff at the appropriate time.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, again, with all apologies to Mr. Arians and the other speakers, I didn't know whether to buckle in and get popcorn or whether we're going to kind of get through this. So I will be patient. I just want to know the appropriateness of your comments at this time, at this juncture with this particular thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. No problem, Mr. Mayor. And I understand where you're coming from. It definitely seemed like we're getting a little bit more like very specific as possible when these can be changed in the future. So anyways, I'll go to the next hand up, which I see is Paul Lowe's. So Paul, please feel free. I'm going to need you to state your name and your address, and then you're permitted to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, evening, I guess now. Mr. Chairman, members of council, Mr. Mayor, my name is Paul Lowe's. I'm with the firm of SGL Planning and Design, and we're at 1547 Bloor Street West in Toronto, and we represent the Smithfield Landowners Group. So I want to just start off by saying thank you very much to township staff and the consultants. It's been a long process. It's been a lot of meetings. We've had a lot of technical advisory committees meetings, steering committee meetings. It's been great to work with them. And the Landowners Group fully supports the settlement area expansion as set out in OPA 62. And the discussion was just a minute ago about the secondary plan. OPA 63 really is a secondary plan. It's for the overall master plan, but it's a secondary plan level of detail to implement the lands brought in by OPA 62. Although we support OPA 62, we have some concerns, a fair number of concerns about the policies and the schedules in OPA 63. As Mr. Trouble mentioned, we have submitted a letter and a summary letter, and with it we have an attachment of detailed comments and recommended revisions that your consultants and staff, I'm sure, will pore over. I just want to hit briefly, and I'll try to be brief, recognizing you have a meeting shortly, on 7 key points of our concerns. So first of all is the densities. There's 2 residential density designations that was talked about. There's a residential and a medium density designation, and both provide a good range of housing types, including townhouses in the residential density designation and a broad range, as Mr. Weaver said, about multi-unit housing. But to achieve those housing forms, we're concerned that the density is too low to achieve them, and we've made some recommendations on that. And next point, number 2, is mixed use. The policies seek to achieve mixed use in a number of locations, as Mr. Weaver showed you, and we agree with that intent. It's a laudable intent, and we try to promote it in our work at mixed use developments. But we're concerned about some of the percentages of not achieving what we think the intent is. First of all, there's the commercial mixed use. Those percentages are overly prescriptive, and we don't believe they'll achieve truly mixed use buildings, and we've recommended some alternatives. Secondly, there's the medium density mixed use node, and it sets out targets for how much commercial development can occur. And we're concerned the upper end of that range could see a significant amount of commercial development in the interior of neighborhoods, in the range of up to 180,000 square feet of commercial development. And that's neither feasible to achieve in the interior of neighborhoods, nor we believe is appropriate. And we don't think that's the intent, but that's the way the percentages work, that you could get that much commercial development. So we're concerned about that because we certainly want the flexibility to achieve these mixed use areas, but also make sure that they're feasible. The third issue is the coverage target, and others have mentioned it. OPA 63 permits refinements to the natural features, to linkages, to buffers, and Mr. Weaver indicated that. And we're completely supportive of that approach. That's a typical approach. That's an approach set out in the provincial policy statement. But OPA 63 says no matter if you refine, if you look at the features based on science and you determine that refinements are appropriate based on the sensitivity of the feature, you still have to make up that same land area somewhere else. So another farmer is going to have to provide that restoration on his property to make up for refinements elsewhere. And this is based on what we believe is a flawed principle that the secondary plan must meet an arbitrary coverage target of 30%. And this is coming from your official plan. Your official plan says the township shall encourage, not require, but shall encourage efforts to achieve the following targets, and that's the 30%, through development and implementation of watershed and environmental planning studies, and through voluntary landowner stewardship and restoration. So what we have here is an aspirational target from the official plan, applies watershed-wide across your municipality, and is to be encouraged through voluntary land ownership, stewardship, and restoration. But what we have is the consultants have applied this to the urban area, not an average across the watershed, and made it mandatory. That is not a provincial policy, and it's not in the regional policy documents. I heard that one previous delegate said it's provincial policy. 30% target is not. And in our concern, that is going to be punitive to certain landowners, particularly the farmers that are last in, because they'll have to make up for that 30% target. And what it's going to do is require you to, in the future, to need more expansion to make up for that, the land that you could use within the urban boundary for development. The next area, and Mr. Arians talked about, is the karst features. We recognize the importance of identifying potential hazards from karst. Many of the developers and landowners have dealt with karst before, but we're concerned that the OPA 63 has not that the process has not undertaken a sufficient level of analysis to identify the difference between low, medium, and high constraints. And low, medium, high constraints is set out in OPA 63. Each karst is identified based on those differences, but there's not been a sufficient level of detail based on NVCA's requirements for, NPCA's requirements for karst development. So we recommend remove that categorization and not permit any development within a karst until a karst hazard assessment has been completed, and that's NPCA's requirements. Fifth is servicing and transportation. We support the network that's being shown, the overall network that's being shown, but there are a number of policies that are quite prescriptive and do not provide the flexibility needed to prepare block plans and draft plans that are in the future. They don't acknowledge that the alignment width of arterial and collector roads will be established through the EA process. Mr. Weaver talked about this and said that the EA will determine the width, but that's not the way we read the OPA 63. It does actually establish widths for arterial roads. That should be established through the EA process, and should not the OPA should not restrict the alternatives to look at those EA process. So it's just a matter of making sure the policies allow for that and are not overly prescriptive. Number 6 I want to talk about is block plans. We've heard about the block plan process from Mr. Weaver. We support that block plan process, and Mr. Arians was talking about how they're working on the block plan right now. But we're concerned some of the policies are overly restrictive. And when I talk overly restrictive, that says the block plan and development must conform with it, and it says a number of other policies. Well, when you go from a block plan is still conceptual. It's taking the secondary plan and moving it down a level, creating conceptual, but it's not yet at a draft plan level. There's always going to be refinements from when you go from a block plan down to the draft plan. You're going to refine the size of the park, you're going to refine the size of the schools, you're going to refine that local road network. So we just need some flexibility in the language to recognize that and not be too rigid. Lastly, I just want to talk about the study requirements of the block plan. Mr. Weaver talked about the Master Environmental Servicing Plan that's required for each block plan. We're supportive of that, but it's a lot of work. As Mr. Weaver went through, there's natural environmental work to be done, servicing, transportation, noise, stormwater, grading. All of this has to be done. We're concerned that that's a very expensive and time-consuming process, and we're concerned for doing it for each of those small blocks. What we'd like to do it is for a broader area, multiple blocks, and also, once you've done that extensive work, there's no longer the need to do that again at the draft plan level. So we would like some wording in the OPA 63 that allows for scoping of that further studies at the draft plan level. So in closing, Mr. Chairman, the Smithfield Landowners Group looks forward to working with the township to implement OPA 63 over the coming 3 decades. But we want to make sure we get it right. We want to make sure that it works for the municipality, but also works for the landowners, and the landowners can create great new communities that you'll be proud of. So we hope that you'll have the opportunity to continue to work with staff and the consultants to resolve these remaining outstanding concerns. So thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Paul. For now, I'll just ask you to hang tight. I'm going to go to the gallery to see if anybody else would like to speak to this before we go to members of the committee. So Kevin, if we can bring that back up. I think I saw Jennifer and Mike, so I'll go Jennifer first. And then, so Jennifer, if you can just state your name for the record as well as your address, and then you're permitted to speak.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm on the screen or not. I'm just getting a blank.
We see your name, so, which is, if you can't figure out the video, that's perfectly fine. We can hear your voice though.
An option on my video, which is unfortunate.
If you have, depending on what device you're using, it's usually in the bottom left corner, and it says start video.
Yeah, no, I don't have an option to use my video here. It's turned on as usual.
Okay.
It's very strange. So I will proceed, Mr. Chair.
So if you could just say your name and address for the record, then proceed.
Certainly, it's Jennifer Meter. Address is 15 Bold Street in Hamilton, Ontario. And I am counsel to Phelps Homes Limited and JTG Holdings Incorporated. And our clients are long-established landowners and corporate citizens of the township and Smithfield specifically. They own lands intended for inclusion in the Smithfield settlement boundary, and which will be subject to the secondary plan policies proposed through OPA 63. We provided written comments, as Mr. Trouble indicated, on the draft OPA 63 document through correspondence dated June 24th, 2022. And I'm not intending to go through those comments in any detail at this time, but I would commend them to you, Mr. Chair, members of council, for review, as they do set out in detail our clients' key concerns with the proposed OPA 63. And I would note that those comments were submitted before the end of business on Friday, around 3:30 p.m. And I would also note that I registered to delegate on Thursday of last week, so I'm not sure why I wasn't on your list, and I'm equally unsure as to why I don't have a video option now. Anyways, I'll move on to say that my clients have participated extensively in the process that has culminated in OPA 63. They have participated directly through their consulting team and through their legal counsel. And my clients are also members of the Smithfield Landowners Group, which, as you've heard from Mr. Lowe's, has also participated extensively throughout the process. And we support the comments provided by Mr. Lowe's in writing and orally to you this evening. Unfortunately, despite this multifaceted participation, based on our review of the draft OPA 63, it appears that most of our clients' comments, particularly relating to the natural heritage system and the staging of development, have been disregarded. And just to briefly summarize some of those comments, our client's key concern from an environmental perspective relates to the 30% natural coverage target that Mr. Lowe's also spoke to. That target is based on, from my understanding, based on discussions with our ecologist, is based on a publication from Environment Canada, which is an agency having no jurisdiction over growth management in Ontario. Environment Canada, in the document, also expressly indicates that the target is not intended to apply in an urban context, such as the Smithfield community. Furthermore, the 30% coverage target is not grounded in the provincial policy regime that does guide planning and development throughout the province, and that is mainly the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. And to implement this arbitrary target, OPA 63 proposes overly onerous linkages and buffers and conceptual buffers, as well as recommended restoration areas, including on my client's lands. And these no development areas are not properly based in science, the extent of them in any event, and they are not required to protect the natural heritage features in the community at the level that they are proposed. And the coverage target creates an imbalance as a result between policies intended to protect the natural heritage system and policies requiring compact forms of development that use services and infrastructure efficiently. Another key concern for our clients, also Mr. Lowe's spoke to this, is the density targets for residential and medium density designations. They are simply too low. They are not consistent with and do not conform with the housing supply and density policies of the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. And more importantly, the targets will result in the inefficient use of land such that it will be absorbed at a higher pace than is intended over the planning horizon. Consequently, the township could very well require a further urban boundary expansion much sooner than was intended, which in turn will further eat into the township's existing supply of agricultural land. And so all of these things, the arbitrary 30% coverage target, the inappropriately low residential densities, karst setbacks at 50 meters, which Mr. Arian spoke to and is addressed in our correspondence. All of these constraints on developable lands will inevitably drive up the cost of services, the cost of housing, and the speed at which land is absorbed. And housing affordability and optimization of land are provincial level issues, and every municipality at every level has to do its part in addressing them. A certain amount of growth has been allocated to the township, and the policies need to enable its delivery in a compact, efficient manner. Another issue outlined in our correspondence is staging. My clients are looking for staging policies that are fair and allow for their lands to proceed as soon as they are able to do so to assist in addressing the current housing crisis that the province is experiencing. And this would accord with the land attribute letter provided on behalf of both the region and the township, and which is appended to our June 24th correspondence. That correspondence, that land attribute letter was provided to my clients in settlement of a previous OMB decision that expanded the urban boundary for the Smithfield community. And the land attribute letter recognizes a number of factors that make my clients' lands ideal for development as a first phase of the expansion lands instead of as a last phase as is currently proposed by the OPA. And again, we are asking that that land attribution letter be recognized in the policies. So overall, we're seeking from the township to work collaboratively with us to create environmental policies and designations that are appropriate and fairly balanced with provincial growth objectives, and to establish density targets that are workable and also implement provincial policies, and appropriate staging policies that will allow our clients' lands to proceed at the appropriate time. If the stakeholders are not able to work together, OPA 63 will certainly end up before the Ontario Land Tribunal for adjudication. And as I'm sure Council is well aware, the Tribunal is very alive to the ongoing housing crisis. Part of their current mandate is to get housing supply to market. So if this is simply pushed off to the OLT, that will create risk for the township, and it will, of course, cost the taxpayers money. It creates risk and cost for all stakeholders, in fact. And my clients would much prefer to work collaboratively and in partnership with the township to develop policies and designations that will allow for the delivery of much needed housing supply in an efficient, cost-effective manner and avoid the costs and risks associated with a lengthy OLT hearing. And just briefly, before I conclude, Mr. Chair, I want to address the comments of Mr. Sivier and Ms. Irving regarding the removal of the woodlot on the JTG lands, because I'm concerned those comments suggest that my client in some way has done something underhanded by removing the woodlot. So I want to be perfectly clear that that woodlot, that wooded area that was removed legally. and it was removed more than 15 years ago in 2007. And that legal removal of that wooded area has been acknowledged by township staff back in 2007 when it occurred. And the horseshoe portion that was left behind, that remains standing, was left standing because at the time it was being removed, the contractor undertaking the removal of the trees was having his equipment vandalized. And so he ceased working without completing the job. And as you know, the landowner is a licensed farmer, and those lands have been farmed well before the removal of the woodlot and ever since. The lands were originally purchased in 1988 and have been farmed since that time. And then last year, the owner went to finish the removal of the very thin tree line that forms a horseshoe shape, only to find out at that time, late last year. And when he went to remove the remaining trees, he found out that the entire area, including the portion removed over a decade ago, has been designated as a natural area. And there is no records that my client was ever given notice that those lands were going to be rezoned and redesignated in this manner. And what I based on conversations I've had with ecologists, there is no scientific basis to save the remaining horseshoe portion of the trees. And there is certainly no basis for restoring a very large agricultural area to a woodlot, particularly when it was removed legally and in accordance with the processes in place at the time. So I just wanted to set the record clear on that. I think it's very important to my client and his reputation. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. And I'm just going to make a note here that you mentioned before that you tried to reach out to us Thursday, but we have it on record that your office or yourself sent a message Friday at 3:25 p.m. So that would be why your correspondence wouldn't have made the agenda, because the agenda would have been prepared before that. But as you see, we have this opportunity. If anyone reaches out before 4 p.m. on the Monday of the meeting, they're more than able to speak to this. So we're glad that you're able to make it one way or another. But I just wanted to clarify that for the record, because I believe, if I heard correctly, you mentioned you tried to reach out to us Thursday, and based on our records, that would be incorrect.
I can clarify that, if I may. We registered to delegate at this meeting on Thursday. Yeah, I didn't.
Who did you register? If you don't mind me asking, who did you register with?
Clerk's department, through my clerk.
Okay, so our clerk's department's confirming Friday at 3:25 p.m. So somewhere between, I guess, Thursday and Friday at 3:25 p.m. That's how the information got to us. So I don't think we need to debate this. I'm just letting you know for public record, that's what our records indicate. So unless you have anything else to contribute, I will move forward with what we, with any other members. I think we had one other member wanting to speak to this. Okay. So I see we have Mike. So if Mike can come up. Perfect. Mike, if you can start off by stating your name, your address, and then you can address your question or comments.
Certainly, and it appears I don't have a video option either, so that's fine. I can just proceed as is. But so name is Mike Pettigrew, senior planner with the Biglieri Group. The address is 126 Catherine Street North in Hamilton, and we represent again a numbered company as well, 2650687 Ontario Inc. And they're located, John Arians did a great job talking about the We the North plan that we had put together. We were a contributing member of that as well. Our clients' lands are about 56 acres, and it's at the northwest corner of Station and Spring Creek. So also within this urban boundary expansion area. I'll be brief because you've heard quite a bit, and most of my concerns and the concerns of my client are what the same as what you've heard right now. As stated, our client is contributing and paying member for the landowners group, and Paul Lowe's and SGL are the planner. We fully support, and we reviewed and signed off on the comments that they provided in their letter. So I don't need to really elaborate on those, but I did want to echo a couple of the concerns You've heard about it quite a bit right now, which is the natural heritage policies. Again, I think we have the same concerns about how that is being determined and the approach that's being taken overall, and the correct or the appropriate timing for detailed analysis and study, which again, we're hearing there's an opportunity for flexibility, but we just want to make sure that flexibility is put into the proposed policies. So the comments that were provided in the SGL letter, I believe we share those same comments and potential changes to policy. The second one, which you've also heard about, is the densities and the mixed-use area policies. I think it is absolutely critical that the densities, as well as the percentages in the mixed-use area policies, be reviewed thoroughly by the consulting team and township staff. As was pointed out, that the mix and the densities that are being proposed won't be able to achieve the desired vision and goal that's in the preferred land use plan. And then lastly, we also support the idea of block plans and the overall phasing process, but we feel, and it's our overall opinion, that the size of the block plans, or the minimum size of those block plans, and the phasing and the rollout, our client is in phase 1A. So our client, of course, based on what's proposed, is in the first phase. But collectively as a group, I would echo what Jennifer mentioned, which was that an approach that's fair and equitable. And I believe, as Mr. Weaver said, growth paying for growth. I think that there is plenty of opportunity throughout the process and through development agreements and cost sharing agreements as we need to move forward, to be able to deliver the services, and then the growth is following the delivery of that service. I think the way the density is shown currently, we're looking at very few number of houses being delivered each year based on a 30-year period. And so the opportunity to expand that delivery and rollout of homes based on demand and based on the actual installation of the infrastructure, I think is a more appropriate format given the housing crisis, as you've already heard. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but I also want to sort of repeat what the others have said, which is we're very happy to see that the urban boundary expansion is moving forward. And we hope to see that there's some positive changes to the proposed policy so that we can achieve that overall vision that your staff and consultants and the public has contributed to. So we do hope that we can work out all of these issues with your staff and consultants. And thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. So at this point, I'm going to go back to IT just to check the gallery to see if there's any more hands up. So again, I'll just go through this just in case some people joined us late. As far as members of the public, this may be the only chance you get to speak to this, as Ontario Land Tribunal will not consider may not consider any other comments at a council or committee meeting. So let this be your last opportunity. So if we can just bring that window back up there, Kevin. And I just want to see if we can just keep scrolling. That's just him. Okay, perfect. So we're going to move to members of the committee. All right, so at this point, do any members of the committee have any oral written submissions on the proposed official plan amendment? Please note that members of the committee must make their comments now, as the Ontario Land Tribunal may not consider comments made any other council and or committee meeting. Any members of the committee wishing to speak are required to unmute the microphone to talk, and then once they finish, we ask that you remute your microphone. So at this point, I'm going to look around the room, and I see I have Mr. Mayor ready to speak, and so I'll start with the mayor, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I have basically two categories of questions at this time, and the first one has to deal with the timing, and it was triggered a little bit by some of the discussion, in particular a comment made by Ms. Meter with respect to the Ontario housing crisis and those kind of that the current situation we find ourselves in, and I want to just make ask the question, when we do this OP 63, and so my question would be then to Mr. Weaver, how is the timing part of the description? And the reason I ask is because I don't feel it's Smithville or West Lincoln's responsibility necessarily to solve the current housing crisis all by ourselves. And my fear is that because we have these lands available, that this could roll out in a very short space, very, very quickly, and we're overwhelmed and we become, a disaster to our own citizens that have lived here for a long time. I have no problem with rolling this out across to 2051, and that's what our plan is. But neither do I want to become Mississauga or some of those municipalities, Binbrook being another one that kind of grew overnight. And so my question again is the timing on this, and I fully respect where some people bought land in the eventuality that it would come into development. But are there hard numbers, hard dates where these blocks unroll, or if we approve this, is it all fair game and it could be developed in the space of 3 years? Mr. Weaver?
So I see our director pop up first. Maybe I'll go to our director of planning first, and then we'll go over to Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The key, I think, in all of this, Mr. Mayor, is the region. The region will have to do substantial upgrades of services, sewer and water, and they have their upgrades spread over the next 30 years in order to allow for continuous sustained growth, not an influx in 3 years and it's done. So I think the joint efforts that have been put into this plan across both our consulting team here and the region and their teams will safeguard us with respect to timing. Steve can probably get into much more detail than that, but in my mind, the key is the servicing piece. There simply will not be servicing to allow this to happen except as upgrades occur.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? Did you still
want?
Well,
yeah, I guess I want to know, if we, for example, as a municipality, lower tier municipality in this council, and I speak only, I know we're into the short time left of this particular term, but as councils proceed forward, 30 years is seven councils, 7 council terms, so to speak. Will we be obligated to, speed up the process, or are we going to be sued into submitting to a record speed, or will the region be bearing the brunt of slowing this down and rolling it out in a responsible fashion? So I think I got that answer from Mr. Treble. It sounds like the region's going to be responsible for putting the brakes on this, and I mean no disrespect to the landowners and that, but I also as a council, I think we fairly represent the people that already live here, let alone the ones that are coming here. But our obligation is the ones that live here, and I want to make sure that we have that ability to control the rollout of this, at least through the region. Mr. Chair, my second question then, and is with respect to a balance, and I've really come to appreciate the tension at the regional level, but also here in our own municipality, the tension that exists between development on the one side and its various stakeholders, and then of course the environment and natural heritage and its various stakeholders on the other side. And there's always a tension. I always feel it. And my question then, this one is actually for Mr. Weaver. Those people who spoke in favor of our natural heritage, they were very comfortable with this OP 63. I've also heard from the developers that they're almost with one voice, they have objections to OP 63 on this very same subject matter and the availability of lands. So it seems in that sense, at first blush, be not balanced. Maybe it's a little facetious to say that usually a good plan is one that is equally disliked by both sides. But Having said that, that it's equally a compromise. If you were to show me some wins from either side, show me a win or an area that perhaps the developers are overlooking that is maybe favor developers, and then show me a win for the natural heritage. Maybe I've been doing some thinking on this, and maybe that's the best way to ask that question to get a sense that it's balanced. Is that possible? Is that
So, Mr. Mayor, you're asking him on the spot to provide scenarios of where one side wins and then the other side wins and see what that looks like. I would assume, and Mr. Weaver, you're welcome to speak, but I would assume he would probably need some time to take in all the information to find the balancing point, right?
Yeah, I know.
I understand your question. I just don't know if it's a question. Yeah. But Mr. Weaver, if you like, if there's anything a part of that question you can address, feel free.
I felt that listening to the public and comments that were made by the public, and don't get me wrong, I love trees all day long and natural heritage and stuff like that. But if we're going to put out a plan, we have to, the policy set. Is it a knife edge? Is it subject to interpretation? And if it's subject to interpretation, I want to know that the developers. It's not one-sided, and they're going to again bring us to the LPAT with 1,001 deaths. But if there's a balance, so I'm asking about a balance. Is there a balance in most people would agree that it could be equally bad, but is there wins? Is there wins in the developer department that they're just not bringing forward? Maybe that's a.
I understand your question there. Yeah, so, okay. Mr. Weaver, if do you understand what he's asking?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, there are some wins that I think that some members of the public who spoke tonight highlighted very well, which is, certainly if there is environmental lands, framing a development, there are some premium type of lots that can be marketed for sale. People, when they're looking for a place to live, they certainly, I would think, are very mindful of what is the state of the natural environment and where can I access nature, where can I enjoy trails, where can I, take my kids to see wildlife and that kind of thing. So I think there are some wins economically, and the other side of that would be, not just in the enhanced value of land that is well framed by high quality natural environment, but in the ecological services and infrastructure services that it provides. If you preserve wetlands, it reduces flooding impacts, erosion, the need for hard infrastructure that costs a lot of money. Of course, you can see the obvious reduction in development capacity of the land if more land is preserved in a natural state. And that's where it affects the development pro forma and the amount of development yield you get from the land to pay for the roads and the services and everything that needs to go in. So there's definitely a delicate balance there. There's no kind of perfect answer to that. I do think this process is not just taking the business as usual approach, and I don't think that business as usual approach will continue working on the go forward. I think over the next 30 years, my observation from the past 20 years in my planning career is that we need to start doing better. We need to really truly base these plans on sub-watershed planning, and that's the approach that's been taken here. There's definitely some more work we can do and some refinement we can consider in the policies. If I can speak to one, item that I think is off to a good start in the policies that we can look at further is the ability to finesse and fine-tune the shape of the natural environment that is protected so that restoration areas, linkages, buffers, although we want, a certain coverage target to be met, the boundaries of the area that remains green and that is in a natural state may flex and shift a little bit to optimize the layouts of the developments and still achieve some of those coverage targets. I see that Aaron had his hand up as well, so he may have some other ideas around how to answer the mayor's question.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Aaron, did you want to contribute?
Yes, please. Thank you, Steve, and for you, Mr. Chair. I think on the point of wins, Steve, I think that you answered that quite succinctly and adequately there. With respect to the other point, just with respect to the tensions that exist, kind of the competing objectives that we seem to be facing. This is not uncommon to this type of a process. This happens all the time. And as Steve had pointed out at the outset of this presentation, we are actually having some further consultation and dialogue to work to resolution on these matters. Some of the tensions that exist, the comments that have been provided by the landowner group on the TAC, we have actually prepared responses to those comments, and they're, I think, very fulsome and concise comments, pointing to the scientific basis for the conclusions and recommendations that have been made, the policy direction that's been provided, the commentary that's been provided from the TAC, and really directing to certain points within our documentation thus far that speak to those details. So it's our thought and expectation that through the subsequent consultation that will be occurring, we'll ideally be able to come to a resolution. At the very least, we'll be able to have a better understanding of where the difference of opinion, perhaps difference in interpretation of certain elements exist, and thereby work toward resolution accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That did answer my question, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go to Councillor Yonker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of a little bit on the same lines as the mayor there. I know there's been some people expressing concern on, they have a property by their business that they own, and now part of it's going to become natural heritage. And I think you're hearing some frustration and some concern that what they had planned to do with that property 2 years ago before COVID started is not going to be able to happen when these lands get changed to natural heritage. So the question I guess I have through you, Mr. Chair, to maybe Mr. Weber as well is, have we looked at these existing businesses and talked to them to see what they were thinking with their properties or such, or were they supposed to reach out to you and express what they were thinking? And have you had people do that?
So, Councillor, it's Mr. Weaver, so I have no problem going to Mr. Weaver. But just to clarify, if I'm not mistaken, the individuals you speak would probably be primarily the people who are part of the landowners group. But I think
no.
No,
they aren't.
Which part?
They're not. They have a business, and some of the property that they own behind their business is going to be changed to natural heritage, and that's going to affect how they can do business and develops property that they own beside their business as well.
So you're talking about property that's not being included in the urban boundary expansion, that there's going to be impacted by some of those naturalized areas?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Weaver, would you be able to speak to that?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Yonkers. Just to clarify, is that land outside of the current and proposed Smithfield urban boundary, though? That is land in part of the study area, like in the northwest agricultural area? Okay.
It's part of the urban. It's part of the town already,
right?
And he's already expressing that the creek behind his property is going to be changed to natural heritage, and it's going to affect the property that he owns right now. And yeah, and I think I understand, like, you might not even be part of that discussion because it's not part of the urban expansion. So I'm just wondering, I guess maybe I am asking the wrong person.
So
yeah.
Councillor, what I would almost ask is, the individual who you speak of, they can reach out to the township before the passing of a bylaw. And so meaning they still have a chance to submit those comments or concerns. So maybe the best approach might be having them speak more specific to their situation so that staff then can actually respond to the exact matter than us kind of going through some potential hypotheticals. I kind of feel like that's the area we're kind of tiptoeing in, and I think it might be easier for staff to be able to have that correspondence directly from that individual, and they could still have their input put on it at that point. They just wouldn't have the same privileges through the OLT and stuff like that. That's what the point tonight is. But still, I think that might be the best approach there in terms of what you're asking and in order to give them an answer. But at the same time, what I will say is this is not something brand new. This is not something we've just announcing. This has been in the works for most of our term, if not all of our term, and before that. But again, I know your question was trying to figure out who is responsible in terms of that communication, but I would encourage you to encourage them to contact our planning staff, and our planning staff then can steer them one way or another.
Yeah, okay. No, and that's what he did say he did do, and the planning staff was like, it shouldn't affect it, but his consultant said it is going to affect. So I'll reach out to our director of planning on the side, and I see our director nodding his head, and then we can go from there.
Perfect.
But there is some concern in that as well, right? That's why I'm kind of asking that. So within this urban expansion, there's some heritage that's going to be changing within. That's going to affect some of our residents, businesses that are here now or that are in town already. So,
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and so I'm going to go to our director. He has his hand up there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to respond to Mr. Jonker, I think it's a great idea. Have the business owner reach out to me, and we'll try and answer his questions and concerns as succinctly as we can. The other thing to point out, though, is some of the environmental mapping is changing regardless of our urban boundary process. There are environmental mapping changes that have been in works coming down from the province through a natural heritage system mapping layer that I think was put in place in, I don't know, probably around 2015 or something like that is being implemented. And you might recall the region having substantial discussions around whether it's options 3, I think it was 3B or 3C, and they just chose 3C. Part of that is leading towards some of the environmental changes that we have to do. We don't necessarily have a lot of decision-making ability, but let's have some discussion and see what's going on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions, Councillor?
No, I thought I'd just express the beauty of our partnership we have with our Saskatchewan is our province of partnership for the Niagara 2022 games, and I'm having the pleasure to look out the passenger window of a big truck and see the rolling hills. The fields are turning a little yellow in the canola fields, so just a hats off to our provincial partner of Saskatchewan for the Niagara games. Beautiful province, and the traffic is great.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to go to other members of the committee to see if there's any other questions or comments. I got Councillor Ganane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, I just want to circle back. One of the things that has gone through this whole evening is the fact that it was a group of residents who first spoke on behalf of supporting the natural heritage system that's in place through OPA 63. And I think we need to keep that in mind. I know that the developers have all spoken since that, and everybody is hearkening back to the way things have historically been done. But I think we're being told over and over again as we move through the development process in the next few years that the way we've always done things is not necessarily the best way to be doing things as we move forward. So I want to thank the residents who took the time to really put forward some excellent presentations on behalf of supporting the decisions that our consultants have been making along the way in trying to look at doing things in a new and better way as we move forward with growth up to 2051. And I really do want to thank them on behalf of their support for what has been done so far. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I agree with you there. I'll also mention, I'm not seeing any other members of the committee requesting to speak, so I'll wrap things up here. We've heard both sides, and I think, the one thing that still stands out with me is, when we're, hearing, one particular individual talk about the mandate that the Ontario Land Tribunal is being given by the province, and it almost brings into question the integrity of the Ontario Land Tribunal, which, as we know, certainly favors developers more than it does municipalities, at least from my opinion and perspective. But that being the case, I think, when we look at what we have before us and the full scope of it, I really think it needs to take in, as what the mayor was mentioning before, the balancing. Trying to find, a little bit from each side to kind of have, that sense of, unitedness, some kind of sense of working together, and I think there needs to be some forgiveness as well. But that being said, when I hear things like provincial policy, well, we know that the province likes to do a one-size-fit-all. It's the quickest way of kind of passing stuff, but that doesn't always apply, especially in municipalities like ours, which is very unique and very different than, say, Toronto or Mississauga or anything like that. And so again, I certainly have the confidence in staff and their consultants here, and appreciate hearing all the opinions and ideas and perspectives that we've had presented tonight. But I think moving forward, we just need to be aware of what limitations we have, but at the same time, doing what's also in the best interests of the community. And I certainly think what we have here tonight certainly is leading towards that. I think the other thing I was going to mention was that the other thing that I heard there, like I know things sometimes get heated, and I heard mention about how expensive going to the OLT is and this and that. And to me, like, again, I trust that staff is going to review this. They're going to look at this, and whatever they bring back forward is going to be professionally and expert-wise taken care of. I have no concerns whatsoever about the OLT. And we know that people could take us to the OLT just for about anything. So why would we even take that into consideration tonight? I just think that was kind of a desperateness. But I guess my question to our director is, well, we've had a little bit of comment about, I guess, the order of things. And my understanding, I realize that is going to be primarily, some of those areas can be primarily determined by when the infrastructure gets put in place through the region. But if I understood correctly, even earlier in the presentation I believe Mr. Weaver was making, that it wasn't necessarily like a set in stone exact order of when each block was going to come available. It really could be approached on a case-by-case basis. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, it does tie into the servicing piece, and that's key to everything with respect to phasing, I believe. I think the best I can say tonight is that we will take the concerns of everyone that has spoken here tonight under advisement, and review the comments made and confirm against the policy drafted, and then report back in a future report. I'm not going to say that what has been drafted tonight is exactly the way it's going to look in final form, and I'm not going to say it's going to change either. I think in all fairness we should take a look at that and report back, and that's about the best I can do tonight. The only other thing I'd like to say, Mr. Chair, and that's sort of in response to the comment you made, the work that we have done, and I think the landowners group as well as our consulting team would agree that the extensive work that we have done here in West Lincoln is leading edge. It's some of the most extensive and best quality work, especially when it's done on a sub-watershed basis, and it's what the province is wanting others to do. So I don't want to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but quite frankly, if it needs to be tested there, that's where we'll go. I will give my committee, and my word is I will give you the best recommendation I can, and you guys can decide from there how to proceed forward.
Excellent. So one last question I have for you, Director, is, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but realistically, when do you anticipate the recommendation to be coming back to Council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, initially the thought was that we would be doing it at our next meeting in July. I need to consult with the team to confirm if that's still doable or not, because there's a number of different items to review as a result of the input received in advance of tonight, as well as tonight's session. So whether July 18th is still doable or not, I don't know. Now that the region has approved their regional official plan, which I believe happened on on June the 23rd, it is appropriate for us to proceed forward. The region can't approve our documents until the province approves their document. I don't know that timing. So July might not be necessary if there's an indication that the province is going to be dragging their feet for some reason. But so let me investigate and find out exactly what the timing is. I can certainly report back to you as chair and let you know what it looks like, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move forward. So again, I'm going to pick up my script here. Please be advised that a technical report is being considered by council this evening. This evening, and that a recommendation report will be forthcoming to a future council and committee meeting. Please also be advised that once committee and council has made a decision with respect to the official plan amendment, and if approved by council, a notice of their passing will be circulated with an appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please ensure you email the township clerk, Joanne Shime, at jshime@westlincoln.ca. As well, anyone who is interested in observing council and committee meetings and general discussions about any particular bylaw should not solely rely on mail notices, thus miss the opportunity to attend an applicable meeting. It is suggested you watch the township's website of posting of agendas to review the items that will be discussed at council and or committee meetings. The agendas for meetings are posted to the township website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. And additionally, meeting schedules are also noted to the township website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the township clerk to advise of your request and include your email address as well as your mailing address and your phone number. So at this point, this public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan amendment is concluded at the hour of 7:48 p.m. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and when we come back, the floor is going to be handed over to the mayor. Everyone who's here, thank you so much for coming out and making your voices heard, and we hope that you can hang around and watch the rest of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. This is meeting number 8, Monday, June 27th, 2022. This is the council agenda. We've just completed a public meeting under the Planning Act, and so I think we're already well into our evening. At this point, I'd like to call us to sing "O Canada." O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. And thank you very much. Land acknowledgement statement is the town of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The township of West Lincoln, as part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. I'm just going to back up for just a second and say, due to the efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the council chambers will not be open to the public attending standing committees and council meetings until further notice. The public may submit comments for matters that are on the agenda to jshime@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record. The meeting will be recorded and available on the township's website within 48 hours of the meeting unless otherwise noted. The opening petition is Councillor Jason Trombetta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We gather to make decisions for our community. May we use only our best skills and judgment, keeping ourselves impartial and neutral as we consider the merits and the pitfalls of each matter that is placed before us, and always act in accordance with what is best in our community for our fellow citizens.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any changes in orders of item on the agenda? I see or hear none, so I'm going to ask, are there any disclosures of pecuniary or conflict of interest with respect to an item on this evening's council agenda? And again, Madam Clerk, I see or hear none. So moving on, are there any, is there anyone, I'm going to ask the IT help, is there anyone present on the Zoom meeting that is indicating that they wish to provide comments as permitted by section 6.7 of the procedural bylaw?
Not seeing any, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And were there any members of the public that had emailed comments prior to 4:30 p.m. today with respect to a specific item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
No, there was, Mr. Mayor, nothing to do with the council agenda.
Thank you very much. At this time, we had a slot, and earlier in the day we had an email that there was a technical difficulty with respect to the appointment presentation of our CAO. Madam CAO, just quickly, you want to make a comment and then we'll move on?
Yes, thank you very much. And to council and to regional councillor, we, the senior staff and our communication specialist and I worked very, very hard on a presentation to demonstrate what we have accomplished in light of the corporate plan since we approved it back at the beginning of 2019. And I'll have to tell you that it was about the same length as Steve Weaver's presentation today. And I wanted to shorten it up again in case we were going to put it on the website. anyway, we rewrote it over the weekend and started to try to produce it today, and we ran into a technical glitch. So my apologies, my sincere apologies. We will defer it till July 18th.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Then we're going to move on to Regional Councilor remarks. Councilor Witteveen, it's good to have you back. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and it's good to be in the council chambers. So good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. I'd like to start this evening by sharing with you some highlights in my June engagement as your regional councilor. Earlier this month, I participated in the Waste Management Steering Committee. We were informed that the Broken Spoke program that collects unwanted bikes to be reconditioned by students that earns credits towards their education. These unwanted bikes can be dropped off at our landfill location to be collected and brought back to Port Colborne, where the program is operated from. So to date, 15,000 bikes have been refurbished and donated locally to charities to be distributed to those in need. And also international charities have benefited from this program. So the exciting news of this program is that it's been expanded to include wheelchairs and walkers. So for those that may be in our community that are needing these type of devices, that they could contact the Broken Spoke program and be eligible for these devices. In attending Public Works meeting this month, we received a report on hauled sewage rate. As exciting that is, it's something that's relative to our community, so rates are reflecting cost recovery. The old rate was $46 a thousand liters, and our cost recovery was $61.68 per thousand liters, but the new rate moving forward will be $59.59, how that's calculated, and until the next review. So as I stated, we have lots of residents that live in the countryside, and they use this service to maintain their private systems. So they will now be informed of there will be an increase in that service. So later that day, I attended the Public Health and Community Service meeting. We received a presentation of the Housing Master Plan pertaining to region's nonprofit housing. Strategies were to add 480 units per year to meet the demand in our communities. Different strategies were presented as ways to achieve this need. Priorities were focused on intensification of existing sites, explore options to finance partnerships, grant programs, incentive programs, and federal, provincial funding. Next steps are to create a 10-year investment plan to leverage funds and create modeling on financial management principles of the number of projects and units needed. So in there was also a report that reflected some of the details of the Early Learning Childcare Ontario Plan. So Niagara Region has received just over $16 million for 2022 from the province, and this is to support the first phase of the Canada-wide Early Learning Child Care Program, which is a 6-year initiative. The rollout will be this fall, which will support 25% reduction in the first stage and then 25% reduction support in the later stage. I know we've all been anticipating the rollout of this program for our young families in our community, and our biggest challenge that was found out is that we have licensed service providers that are not running at capacity, and this is due to the lack of trained staff. So service providers must also opt into the program to be eligible to capture the program's full potential. So for service providers in our community should contact the Niagara Regional staff to inquire about this process to be to start. So next day at our Planning and Economic Development meeting, we were presented with a 10-year economic development strategy called Inspire, Invest, and Grow. This will assist in setting direction in where efforts directed by our economic development staff in all our respected communities. This is the first of its kind, and staff are excited to start the implementation process in attracting and retaining businesses here in Niagara. And as you heard earlier this evening, if you were with us, another exciting milestone that was adopted was our new official plan. This document will help shape our future for the next 30 years. And we should remember that this is a fluid document and will be used to guide growth into the future. So this plan was supported by Council and will now be presented to the province for review and approval. And I just wanted to say a lot of public consultation took place through the entire process, and staff were very receptive in separate meetings with our agriculture community here in West Lincoln and broader region to address their many concerns. So we believe that a good compromise was met through the process, which will achieve higher than required benchmarks set out by the province to help preserve our uniqueness as a region. So just lastly, I consulted with our Director of Public Works, Mike DePaula, on some long-range projects that West Lincoln had identified, which is quickly urbanizing Station Street and Town Line. So the region will be starting this discussion of future projects, and we have requested these projects to be included into this project list. They're starting to develop that next phase of the 5 and 10-year plan. So I've also asked for an update on a crosswalk in the Dennis Drive Mall area for safe crossing of pedestrians. I've noticed there's been a number of concerns in our community on a available crosswalk in that area to cross the Highway 20 safely. So I have put this request out to the Director of Transportation and waiting to hear back, which I will share once I've found that out. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you what Niagara Region is doing for us, and if any members of Council have any questions, I will answer them to the best of my abilities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for your detailed report. Any comments or questions for our Regional Councillor? And Councillor Ganand, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to you, Regional Councillor Woodavine, I had a question asked of me today about Wellandport, and I said we had a meeting tonight and you might be here. So I'm just wondering if you have heard in any way where we are in terms of having that streetscape and the road done that's all kind of connected. Do you, in your travels or in your meetings, have you heard anything recently about that?
The only thing that we know is that that it is still within the 5-year plan. It was pushed ahead last year into 2023, and the mayor and myself will be watching what programs or what road constructions will stay on track. There was also I call it 20 Road, which is Regional 69, which was also slated to be resurfaced, was postponed because we received a large portion of the basically the capital projects, and so there was other communities. I guess their needs were greater than ours, so there was just a couple projects that got pushed ahead, and so I'm sure myself and the mayor will keep an eye on that to make sure it stays in the schedule.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just further to Councillor's remarks, Mr. or Madam Councillor Ganand, we are in consultation also with our own director, Mike DePaula, with respect to the projects, and so there's a pending meeting, if we can just get it organized, maybe tomorrow on a phone call or something like that, to have some of this highlighted, so we'll be able to continue to put the pressure on for those projects, especially the Wellandport one. I think that's important. Any other further comments, questions? Oh, Councillor Riley, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Woodavine. So I appreciate the information regarding Dennis Drive and the potential crosswalk and when that's going to be. Actually, it was one of the things I wanted to inquire about because I have been seeing and hearing from more people trying to look for a safer, more accessible way of getting across the street there. I also kind of wonder, has there been any further talks, or have you brought this to anybody's radar as far as Industrial Drive even? Something a little further down to kind of split the difference between two. I'm not saying take one away and do the other. I'm just wondering if there's been any talks about that, because I know that has also been brought to my attention. And I also note that I certainly appreciate anytime I'm able to reach out to you regarding a policing matter. I know one of our biggest struggles is getting policing out here, so I do appreciate your promptness in trying to get ahead of that and helping us get more police out there. Actually, just the other day there, we had somebody who was, I guess, leaving our area going towards Grimsby, doing more, almost double the speed, and the police even tweeted it out that doing some what do you call it? I guess patrolling in West Lincoln, and look what we caught, kind of deal. And they impounded and towed someone's vehicle. But I guess again, staying on topic here, I'm just kind of curious if there's been any chat or discussion regarding a couple of spots there. And again, thank you for the for looking into Dennis Drive, because I know that that's something that everybody wants.
Okay, if I could respond through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Riley. When I presented it to the Director of Transportation, I generalized the area, knowing they would know the safety requirements. Dennis Drive it's coming down off a grade. It may make more sense to be over by Dufferin or between Dufferin. They may choose one crosswalk. So that's what I'm hoping to find out from the Director of Transportation as they kind of review the area, and they will kind of find that best spot to place that crosswalk. And I believe last week or last week I came through town, and they did again highlight the crosswalk at Wade. They repainted it to. There's been some concerns about traffic not recognizing the crosswalk there, and I think it's designed and it's signaled like any other crosswalk that I've come across, and I think it's just people just have to respect that. But it was repainted, which was a request to make sure it was identified well, and so it was painted last week. So I think I think people just have to be careful, but people that drive have to know that there's a crosswalk and be prepared to stop when needed. So.
Yeah, if I could just do a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor. So I think part of the concerns I'm hearing with the one that's on Wade or by Wade there is because of how the elbow is. It's just in a funny spot because the sight lines aren't straight, right? Just the way how the road goes. So I think there was at least suggestion that I saw on social media, that is, that wondering if the region, and maybe something you could take back, could put, I forget what the term is, but like, what are they, light indicators? Going down Grimsby Mountain, it kind of warns you if it's a red light or if it's not, flash. I'm wondering if maybe that's something that could be considered as well when people come in there. It might not even just be a regular resident. Everybody adapts to the road, as we know from our own engineers. So when they get into that bend or just before the bend, they don't realize they're going to have to come to a stop, because not every time you have to come to a stop until it's activated, right? So I'm just wondering if something like that maybe could be presented to staff there at the region.
Just a quick comment on that. I believe in our consultation with our Director of Public Works and Mayor, that piece of road from Wade to South Grimsby Road 5, we're looking at trying to get that in the queue, and that some of those issues may be resolved in when infrastructure is placed there and that road is urban, that piece of the road is urbanized. So I think it's been designed by the book, we'll call it, and it's just, yes, there's some issues there, but they could be resolved later. Would another light make it different when people aren't? It's a speed issue. Yes. I don't think it's and that would be my personal comment is that people just need to slow down, and that's where we brought in our staff sergeant to bring the speed of people down, so they could stop safely if a pedestrian engaged it and wanted to cross the road. So,
perfect. Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask one last follow-up.
Go right ahead.
And so the other question I had, I think I might have mentioned to you a while ago, maybe I mentioned to you even privately, but has there been any more discussion or any discussion at all regarding an advanced turn left signal at the corner of, I guess, West and St. Catherine Street, where Confusion Corner was? So I'm just wondering, because I know there's been quite a bit of backup, especially at the school time hour. I know some crossing guards have reached out to me with concerns for children in their own safety because of the backupness and obviously people's natural accidental aggression because they're impatient or whatever the situation is. So I'm wondering if that hasn't been expressed already, or if it has, if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, just quickly on that, I did bring that to the attention of the Director of Transportation. They were going to monitor that also along with the markings on the apron. They didn't want to take those markings away because then people advance further out into the roadway. That was one comment, but the advanced green was a monitoring to see whether it warranted it. And I know the mayor had been in conversation with the crossing guards and also with the Director of Transportation. And before they act upon anything, they were going to assess it and just to see if it was just a short-term problem or it was something that needed to be, that they looked into it, I think, at the beginning, but now they're trying to see if if it's still functioning properly. And I've been through town, and sometimes there is issues and sometimes there isn't. So we'll let the experts deal with it.
Appreciate that, and I realize it's going to be certain times of the day, right? So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and just to further to that, and you're absolutely right, Councillor Riley, and it does tend to be, unfortunately, the busyness of the road coincides with the children's and the crossing guards at pretty much the same time, and so it is one of those things. I will say, Regional Councillor Witteveen is correct. These are part of the ongoing discussions, and of course, they are the experts. They do the data and the studies to make sure it's the safest, and the same with the Wade Road, and I think you're absolutely right. When we complete that final section of 20 and it's urbanized, I think some of the sharpness of the turn and it will also be rectified. And so it's part of the ongoing discussions with them. And they're always, I must say, they're always willing to hear from Councillor Witteveen and myself, and even from yourselves with respect to items of safety and concern in our town. Councillor Bradrick, you have the next opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies for not having my camera on this evening. I am not with good internet connection. So through you to Regional Councillor Witteveen, one quick question in regards to the report that was given to the Regional Council in respect to the Childcare Early Years Initiative. You had mentioned about workforce capacity issues within our community. Just wanted to, for the sake of the community, if you could also touch on the region's approach to capacity building and how that will work out through the 6-year plan.
So, if I understand your comments correctly, you're asking, that we need more capacity in our community, and it would be, it's up to a service provider to approach the Niagara region to register and qualify for the program, and then further for the assistance in the program, and so that is the key, is that they would support us when the service provider comes forward, and they would have to obviously meet the criteria, having staff and then the numbers that they could provide. So at this point, now we have a program that we understand from the province or from the federal government that the province is going to help assist in managing to our region. So if you know of anybody in our community that would like to become a service provider in strategic locations, then directing them to the Niagara region with this program the timing would be great now.
Thank you, Regional Regional Councillor Whittabine. My question was probably not fulsome enough. I think I really wanted to just bring home the point that the region was looking at, increasing capacity as far as licensed childcare is concerned later in the rollout. I think that the workforce initiatives is kind of, and building the capacity of the existing programs, from my understanding from the report, was going to be where they were going to focus on, and then looking, because there is such a deficit in West Lincoln of licensed childcare centers. And so I wanted to really let the community know that that's something that will be rolled out in future years, and it's not part of this initial rollout. So I think that was really part of my question that I should have explained more. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? Councillor Trombetta, I see it. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't know if you've seen it at all. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Whittabine, it's been a while. We haven't really brought up the garbage issue, but it looks like people are, I guess, understanding the 2 weeks now. They've been in it for a couple years now, and it seems like everybody's kind of adapted to the system. And just want anything about it, any news updates on it? How's it working? Is it still efficient? If we're ever going to go back to our old ways, are we going to stay this way for a long time? Just some curiosity, right? Just out there that we're in that system for it's been 3-4 years now, right? So
two.
Wow. Yeah. Shorter time than I thought. It seems longer. Okay, if you can just touch on it a bit, it'd be great.
Okay, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Trombetta. Just a quick update. We had a year update on it. The diversion has increased throughout the region, and one part of the program that was new was the waste management app, which we encourage everybody to download, which would remind you of the every other week, and for leaf and organics, and obviously every week we have gray and blue box. Good news is I didn't report on it, is that the commodity prices have increased, so that means that we're running at I guess a surplus, which is going into a reserve for the times when commodity prices drop. But we're collecting lots of high quality material to resell. So in general, we're meeting our diversion targets. It was a bit of a rocky start, but as you said, Councillor Trombetta, that we have now generated a new habit. So I think through the duration of this contract, which is a 7-year contract, we will be on this program, and then it will be reviewed at that time, the success, and if there needs to be any changes. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. I also got to say, I did download the app, and it did actually give me an indicator this evening, because my garbage is due tomorrow morning. So usually at 6:30 p.m. it dings my phone to make sure, and it's garbage day. So that's an important one to get sure that garbage gets out. But thank you for that update, Councillor Whittabine, and much appreciated.
Okay, seeing Councillor Rayner, welcome to the program. Okay, Councillor, we cannot hear you. I know you're having some technical difficulties. We can see you, but we can't. Well, we can see your name, but we can't hear you. Okay, I'm going to. I'll tell you what. If you have a question, if you get on a little bit later, I will allow you to quiz. Councillor Whittabine usually does stick around, so if you do get a question, I'll let you go back if you have one for him. In the meantime, we'll continue to work with IT and get you connected. All right, I'm going to move forward, and we're going to go to council minutes regular. Councillor Braderick, you have the resolution for the council minutes of May 24, 2022.
Yes, sir. Moved by myself, Councillor Shelley Braderick, that the minutes of the open session portion of the May 24th, 2022 regular council meeting be accepted, and that the confidential minutes relating to the closed session portion of the May 24th, 2022 regular council meeting be accepted, and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with exemptions provided by Section 239 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I get a seconder for that? And I got Councillor Ganaan. Are there any comments, questions, or items to be pulled? I see none. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
Thank you, Councillor Rayner. Yeah, Councillor Rayner, I do see your hand, so that's good. That does carry. Moving forward, public meeting under the Planning Act minutes of June 13. Councillor Ganaan, you have that resolution.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that the minutes of the public meeting held on June 13th, 2022, under Section 34 of the Planning Act, with respect to A, zoning bylaw amendment, Township of West Lincoln, housekeeping amendments, number 6, file number 1601-003-22. B, zoning bylaw amendment, 3976 Regional Road 20, B&A Hayslip Farms Limited, file number 1601-006-22 and 1601-007-22. And C, zoning bylaw amendment, 7330 Concession 3 Road, J and C Sickens, file number 1601-008-22, be accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Ganaan. Can I get a seconder for that? I see Councillor Riley, and so I'm going to ask, are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, Councillor Green. Yeah, and Councillor Jonker, great. And we got a system, and it's working. So we're going to move on. Thank you, that carries. We're going to move on to communications, and I was asked by Councillor Jonker to read the motions, and then he'll move them, and we'll proceed. So just communications from Chandra Perkins, that the request received from Chandra Perkins for Rocket Fireworks to host a fireworks display on August 20, 2022 at 2433 Port Davidson Road, Smithfield, be approved. That is moved by Councillor Jonker.
Yes, moved by myself.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Rayner. Any comments or questions? Councillor Trombetta, go ahead.
Just curious, Mr. Mayor, I'm in full support of these things. Just somebody's wedding. Usually they're weddings or something like that. Is it? Did they kind of?
Yeah. I don't know if they were clear in the communication, but
that's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. That's all.
Maybe a staff member, Councillor Bradrick.
Oh, I'm sorry, I put my hand up by mistake.
That's okay.
I just I just thought maybe if the Ward 2 councillors knows kind of, but no big deal. Go ahead with the calling of the vote.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Support.
Support.
Great, and I see Councillor Rayner's support as well. Thank you. Moving on, that is carried. We have the 11.2. Councillor Riley, you have a resolution for 11.2.
I do, Mr. Mayor. So moved by myself that the correspondence from the town of East Gwillimbury dated June 15th, 2022, I hope I said that correctly, requesting the Government of Ontario to revisit provisions of Bill 109 and work with all stakeholders, including municipalities represented by Association of Municipalities of Ontario, to deliver legislation that allows municipalities to plan, grow, and deliver communities that adhere to local, provincially approved official plans rather than strict statutory timelines be received and supported.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jonker.
Sorry, there was also
go ahead, sir.
One other part I didn't realize, and that a copy of this motion be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, MPP Carol Maroney, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and Regional Chairs in Ontario, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and all other municipalities in Ontario.
Okay, and Councillor Jonker will still second that.
Yes, I will.
Okay, any comments or questions?
So,
Councillor Riley, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is really important to support. As we've heard from our staff, the situation that they're put in under the current framework is not just unfair, but it's potentially creating a liability for the township, because in the end, as this call to action, it highlights that some of these timelines, which might be suitable in a bigger community that has a much bigger resource in terms of being able to deal with the application process. You know, we just hired consultants to help us find ways to be more efficient, just the other meeting there. So I think, you know, as I've said before, I've not been a big fan of Bill 109, primarily because it's going to cost the taxpayers of this community many, many thousands of dollars when we have to refund I guess the development charges, or not the charges as much as the application process, and as a result of not being able to meet these such strict timelines and turnaround, because we just don't have the capacity to deal with them all. So at the end of the day, I think this this motion supported helps sends that message to the province to have them revisit and hopefully come up with a better plan on how municipalities like ours can work within the framework that they've given, but at the same time give more latitude without us having to give money back just to have to go and pull it from the taxpayers. It kind of goes against their fundamental process where new growth is supposed to pay for growth. This is almost like the opposite of that, how they currently have it, because if we're giving money back for this new growth, who's going to pay for it? The current taxpayer. So I was the one that put this on the agenda here, which is also why I'm moving it. I also would like to add within that motion there to include that our local area MPP is included within this. So I would add that along with Doug Ford and the other ministers, if we can also include our local area MPP, Sam Oosterhoff, to that as well. But we probably need to make a friendly amendment.
Oh, that would be friendly enough since you moved it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and sorry, and I was thinking that myself, Councillor Riley, so I agree. I'll second that as well.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Any comments or other comments or questions from the other councillors? I'll just weigh in quickly. I like it that it came from a town of East Gwillimbury. It's in the same category of municipality that we are in, smaller and rural, and so I think it's very appropriate. So any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
Thank you, and that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Rayner. At this time, I'm going to provide a couple of comments and remarks to enter into the record. I first want to, the first item that I want to talk about is something very exciting. It made the news, but last Friday we had a groundbreaking for Station 2, and I think we had comments made that day. I think Director of or the Chair of Public Works who spoke, and our own CAO who spoke. Very pleased to have this project move forward. I know it was a challenge for a municipality, and I thank the staff for finding a solution to that. So we're excited to see this valuable piece of infrastructure move forward in Ward 1, and long overdue, and we're pretty excited about that. The other thing that I want to highlight is before July 18, which is our next meeting, I want to highlight some of the opening ceremonies, and in particular, the torch relay for West Lincoln for the Canada Games will take place on July 15, and the details of that are on our website as well as the Canada Games website. And essentially, they're going to start at the Leisureplex and move down towards Yonge Street, north towards Yonge Street, essentially, and then back east and up Town Line Road into the heart of the town and end at our our community center grounds, where there will be some festivities as well. I'm pleased to be running in it, as well as our own Madam CAO. I don't know whether she's pleased about that. I think she's honored to do it. Whether she's pleased to run it, it might be something she would rather answer, but I'm pleased and honored to be in it. So that is on the July 15th. And we're looking forward to the Canada Summer Games, something that we've looked forward to a long time. And those games will be starting at the beginning of August. So there will be more announcements, I'm sure, details on the July 18 meeting.
A reminder today.
Okay. We heard something from Council Rayner, so that was an improvement there. Oh, there we go. We got somebody now.
He also figured out the background. That's great.
Oh, hi, it's his daughter. I'm trying to technical support here. I'll go get him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, good. So we'll have Council Rayner on, but those are my remarks. I don't know if there's any members of council that have a question with respect to that or want to make a comment about either of those. Seeing none, I'm going to move forward. Report of committee, Planning, Building, Environmental Committee, minutes, June 13. Councilor Riley, you have the resolution.
I do. Moved by myself that the minutes in the open session of a portion of June 13, 2022 Planning, Building, Environmental Committee meeting be accepted and that the recommendations contained therein be approved with the following exception items, and there's currently none, and that the confidential minutes relating to the closed session portion of June 13, 2022 Planning, Building, Environmental Committee meeting be accepted and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you. Sir, can I get a seconder, please? Councilor Ganand, thank you. And it's good to see you, Councilor Rayner. And we can hear you too.
Technical problems like you wouldn't believe. This has been the worst nightmare we've ever gone through.
But you know what? You've been able to participate, so we're thankful for being creative.
I could hear you guys. I couldn't communicate back, and then I lost that. It's just...
Well, you're
Thanks.
probably grateful to your daughter, and so are we.
Yes.
Any other discussions on the planning minutes? That's what's before us now, the planning minutes. Any comments, questions, or items to be pulled? I see none, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
And that
Support.
And that is carried. Thank you. Moving right along, Admin, Fire, Finance Committee minutes of June 20. Councilor Trombetta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that the minutes of the June 20th, 2022 Administration Fire Finance Committee meeting be accepted and the recommendations contained therein be approved with the exception of items, and I don't know if we have any.
So, councilors, can I get a seconder for that? Councilor Riley, thank you. Any comments, questions, or items to be pulled?
So I have an item.
Councilor Riley, go ahead, sir.
So it's item A4822.
So we'll pull item A 4722.
No, 48.
4822. We'll pull that item. Is there any other items that anybody wishes to pull? Then we'll vote on the remainder, and then I will ask you to move that item, and we will vote on that separately. So on the remainder, any comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Support.
And that is carried. Thank you very much. And Councilor Riley, if you want to just read that motion out individually.
So there's a clerical error. The mayor the clerk mentioned that I just had to do it this way to bring attention. Let me see if I can bring the whole thing up. Hold on, let me just see what page that is.
Page 168.
168. I think I have a 179.
Well, start at 168 if you can click.
All right. I think it's 179 because I sent them the oversight. So it's the minutes of the recommendation T16-2022 in relation to they have it written as 4160, and there's supposed to be a change. We can only change it this way. It's supposed to be 3160. So I don't know. In terms of just how it was currently written here, it's misinformation for the public.
Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, can you just advise us? Do we just simply make an amendment, or do we just note that and then we can vote on it?
Sorry. Through you to Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Riley. I guess maybe you misunderstood. I meant just you didn't need to pull the item. We could have just noted it in there was an error, and we could have just amended it by verbally, but since you pulled the item now, it's just that item A48-22 of the June 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee be approved as amended.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Again, if you guys didn't catch it, they just had the number wrong. It's supposed to be.
And it's really not amended; it's as corrected. So
as corrected. Sorry.
As corrected. Perfect. So that's simple enough. Thank you for that. So can I get a seconder for that motion as corrected? And I see Councillor Bradrick. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions on that that resolution as corrected? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
Support.
Great. That resolution has been carried as corrected. Moving on. Public Works Recreation Arena Committee minutes of June 2022. That the minutes of June 2022 Public Works Rec Arena Committee meeting be accepted and the recommendations contained therein be approved with the exception of any items, and that the confidential minutes related to the closed session portion of June 2022 Public Works Rec Arena Committee meeting be accepted, and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act. Councillor Jonker, you move?
Correct. I move, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Trombetta, thank you. And any comments, questions, or items to be pulled? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
Support.
Thank you, and that's carried. The items 14 for reconsideration and 15 notice of motion to rescind are there for your reading pleasure. We're going to move to other business. The tabled item there is still there in limbo. We can leave that. Moving on to 16.2, Director of Planning, Brian Treble. Councillor Trombetta, you have the resolution for item 16.2. I don't hear it here.
And the microphone's not on, Mr. Mayor. I thought it was.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
Moved by myself that the report PD 65-2022 regarding dated June 27, 2022 be received, and that the recommendation report be presented at a future Planning, Building, and Environmental Committee meeting following the receipt of any additional public or agency comments, now that the new regional official plan has been adopted by the Regional Council.
I'll move.
All right. Okay, so Councillor Jonker is seconding that. Thank you. And any comments or questions on this item? This is the technical report. So it'll come back to us, and time is limited, but we know it'll either come back in July or September. Seeing no other comments or questions, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
And
support.
That carries. Thank you, councillors. Moving on, we have the West Lincoln Corporate Strategic Plan Mid-Year Status Update. Councillor Bradrick, you have a resolution for that item?
Yes, sir. Moved by myself, Councillor Shelley Bradrick, that the information report CAO 03-2021 regarding West Lincoln Corporate Strategic Plan 2022 Mid-Year Status Update dated June 27, 2022 be received for information.
Thank you. Any discussion on receiving this item? Councillor, a seconder, please. And that was Councillor Riley. Yeah, I saw your hand. Any comments or questions? I see none. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, it didn't happen.
This is what the CA pushed forward, right? So I just thought you needed to put this on the floor to withdraw it.
Okay, hang on, Madam CAO.
Just a point of clarification. Every 6 months, staff do a report to council on the work that has been done. So that what is still in the council agenda for your consideration tonight is the staff report. There will be a presentation made on that at the July 18th meeting.
That's what I understood. I thought I saw something. So there's something there to receive for information.
I'm sure you all read it, right?
Yes. Thank you, Madam CAO. The little barb was not didn't go unnoticed. Thank you. All those in. So it's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? All those in favor?
Support.
Support.
And that's carried. Thank you. Number 16.4 is a memo concerning 7005 Concession Road 4 JCT Services Bylaw. It's there for your information. We will not be voting on that one. So I'm going to move on to 16.5 members of council remarks. Do any members of council have any new remarks that have not already been stated? Councillor Ganand, go ahead.
I do, Mr. Mayor, but thank you. So what I would like to point out, first of all, is that Friday is Canada Day, and I just wanted to remind residents who might look at this tomorrow or the next few days and encourage participation in the Township's Canada Day activities at the Leisureplex. And in doing so, wish everybody happy Canada Day, whether they come or not. I'd also like to put in a reminder that Saturday, July 23rd is the Chamber of Commerce Community Barbecue from 10 until 3, and that is happening at the Community Center, not at the Leisureplex, so just so that people distinguish between the two. And in regards to the torch relay, which you spoke about already, I also wanted to point out that that same night a market continues to be happening, and that our band shell will finally be put to good use because it is also the first music in the park that our rec committee is doing. So a little bit of add-on to what you already addressed.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Councillor Riley, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to mention a couple things here. One, it was great to be able to be a part of the shovel for fire station number 2. I don't get out that way all too often, so it was nice to kind of see that area. I think it was probably the first time I was at that fire station myself, so it's really nice to see what it's going to look like, and it certainly needs the upgrade. There's no question about that. This past month, the West Lincoln Santa Claus Parade Committee had started their meeting as far as looking forward to what they're going to plan in the coming months for a return of a parade. And so there's some stuff that's happening there, so I thought I would report back on that. And then the last thing I'll mention is that tomorrow is the first Niagara Region Transit Committee meeting that we're going to be holding there at the region there. And so it's a historical first. Last week we had some orientation, but tomorrow around 5 o'clock we kind of start that process and move forward with how all that goes. So I'll, the best I can, I'll report to council and keep you guys up to date on the progress.
Thank you. Councillor Jonker, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just to add to Councillor Ganan's comments on the barbecue on the 23rd. I might have missed it, but she did. It is a touch a truck event as well, and we're looking forward to having the children climbing through trucks and over trucks, and it'll be an exciting day for family that day as well. So
great.
Just
thanks for that. Any other councillors? Councillor Rayner, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I again want to thank everybody who participated in the shovel ceremony at Station 2. As I mentioned, it's been a passion of mine since first elected in 2003 was to get this fire station done. It's only taken me 19 years to get there, but I guess being a little bit pursuant to it, you'll finally get it eventually. But I've had the honor also, being the longest running councillor, of participating in putting the new fire hall in the town, right in the town, Station 1. So both fire halls, I can proudly say that I was part of, which is something very unique, but you have to be around a long time in order to achieve that. So between that and getting a lot of roads done in Ward 1, those are 3 major accomplishments we're getting done out in Ward 1, but it's certainly good to see this fire hall finally coming. It's almost unbelievable at this point because it's been on the books for so long. Capital budgets, and it gets getting referred, and every time it gets referred, the dollar value goes up. But finally, we just said enough's enough. Let's do it, and I'm so grateful for other council members to support what we need because to me, there's nothing more important than the fire department for our township, for all the things they do, not just the fires, but the rescues, the car crashes, and people in distress and everything else. I mean, it's so important, and the majority of these people are volunteers. So for us to provide them with the best facilities and the best equipment is the least we can do for them risking their lives to protect ours. So once again, it's just a great moment, and I'm so proud to be part of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a point of clarity?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Am I to understand that this has been in the capital plan for almost 20 years? Based on the comment there. I just know Councillor Rayner mentioned that he's been advocating for this from day one. I was under a different impression. So I was just curious if I could get a point of clarity, how long this has actually been on the capital plan.
Madam CEO, do you know somebody who can answer that question?
Through you, Mayor Bilsma, to Councillor Riley. Of course, I don't have the same history that Councillor Rayner has. I do know that this was identified in our corporate plan And we have worked the plan, and we have made sure that everything that was identified in that is coming together. So again, I don't know about the capital plan. I know that they have a very good capital planning process for all their annual gear and their rolling stock. And I know that since I've been on around here, we've been working hard to make sure that we were able to secure the budget for it.
Okay, great. I'm just curious because it sounds like it's been in the capital plan for over 20 years, and yeah, if they could have got it 20 years ago, then it certainly would have been a heck of a lot cheaper. But again, I just was looking for clarity.
Yeah. Well, that would have been before Station 1. Councillor Jonker, do you have something to add at this time?
Yes, I do. I did forget to mention that as well. The fire volunteers there, the guys at Station 2. I get to meet them occasionally at our intersection by our business there, and definitely a great bunch of people there that come out of Station 2 to respond to accidents, and just exciting to see for them that they're getting a nice station there. So hats off to the people there for sure.
Okay. So any other comments or questions? Councillor Trombetta, go ahead, sir.
I won't echo what everybody said around the horseshoe about the fire hall. You all know how I feel. So I just want to wish everybody a happy Canada Day. You guys all said it accordingly for Canada Day. Wish everybody a happy Canada Day. It's, what is it, Canada's 155th birthday this year, is that correct? Everybody's shaking their head. Everybody's looking in the sky. I think it's 155 this year. I think I'm right with that one.
You're correct, sir.
And again, I just want to just echo all the comments made by councillors in regards to Fire Station 2. It's been a long time coming, and I'm glad that day is here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. All right. I think we all went around. So now we're going to move to any new items of business. Are there any new items of business that require immediate attention or direction? I don't see any, Madam Clerk, so we're going to move on to bylaws. Councillor Rayner, you have the resolution for the bylaws.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Moved by myself that Lee be granted to introduce bylaws 2022-48, 2022-49, 2022-50, 2022-51, 2022-52, 2022-53, 2022-54, 2022-55, 2022-56, 2022-57, 2022-58, 2022-59, 2022-60, and 2022-61, and that the same shall be considered to have been read a first, second, and third time with one reading and are hereby adopted.
I'll second that.
And that the mayor and the clerk be and are hereby authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal thereto any rule of this.
Yeah, that is missing on this information sheet. You're correct. That's what follows it, but it's not there.
Okay. To the contrary, notwithstanding, moved, seconded by Councillor Jonker. No
Correct.
problem, sir. You did well. All right. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
Support.
And that is carried. We have a confidential matter moved by Councillor Trombetta. Councillor, you have the resolution to go into closed.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public to consider the following persuasion under Section 232.2 of the Municipal Act 2001. Director of Planning and Building Brian Treble, Personal Matters Confidential Report PD 6422, 4-year contract renewal for delivery services under Part 8 of the Ontario Building Code. Personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal local board employees.
Thank you, sir. And can I get a seconder for that? And I have Councillor Rayner seconding that. To go into close, all those in favor?
Support.
And that we do now move into close, so we'll secure the room. And once we're in, we'll hand the floor to Director resume an open session in the hour of 9:01. Councillor Broderick, do you move that?
Yes, sir.
And can I get a seconder? Councillor Ganand, thank you. All those in favor?
Support.
And that's carried. We are now in open. Councillor Jonker was going to read it. I'll read the resolution and then ask for a mover and a seconder. That report PD-64-22 regarding 4-year contract renewal for delivery of services under Part 8 of the Ontario Building Code dated June 27th, 2022 be received and that the recommendation contained therein be and is hereby approved. Can I get a mover? Councillor Rayner.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Councillor Riley. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
And that is carried. Thank you. And Councillor Rayner, you, where are we? Councillor Rayner, you have the bylaw again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that Lee be granted introduced bylaw 2022-62 and that the same shall be considered to have been read a first, second, and third time with one reading and is hereby adopted, and it is there this time, that the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to sign and affix a corporate seal thereto. Any rule of this council to the contrary is notwithstanding.
Thank you. And any comments or questions? Oh, can I get a seconder, please? And I have Councillor Riley as a seconder. Any comments or questions? Councillor Riley, go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to know, I heard Councillor Rayner say it was there this time. It was also there last time on my version, so I don't know what version he was looking at, so just for clarity.
I have the printed version, which comes off your computer.
Oh, it must be your computer then.
Anyways, all those in, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Support.
We must be getting to the end of the term. That carried, but, you know, anyways. We're having lots of fun. That's good.
It wasn't fun. It was frustrating, sir.
Yeah. So I'd like to declare this meeting adjourned at the hour of 9:03. Thank you all and have a great Canada Day.